a small interruption to the video that happened just before I started, so this may not be the one. Oh, it is! Lovely. All right, so I feel very bad that posterity will not record the edition. Actually, let me just type in chat for a quick second. Okay, so yes, sadly, posterity will not record Dr. Frankenvinder's 10-month subscription. Thank you very much for using your Prime to continue to support the channel. I'm going to need a minute to crash out of Chrome and whatnot. And yeah, I was really weirded out as soon as I tweeted out the stream. I got a retweet, so I was like, wow, somebody's really into this. But I think it was a bot that retweets stuff with Mass Effect, which I'm not going to complain about. Now, what's odd is on one window it says there are 4 people watching already, which strikes me as a little odd, given that I just started. And then on the other hand, we've got my little signal on OBS says nobody's watching. Oh, but I do have verification from Mad King Brutos, so we've got at least one body in chat. And the only reason I'm mentioning that is I'm hoping I'm not talking to a to Dr. Frankenvinder, thanking them, and then finding out that none of that was brought across. But happy to see all of you as always. Oh yes, I forgot to update my Galaxy at War, but I don't think that's going to be too critical right now. I'm also just going to take a quick minute and raise my system volume, because the game is quite quiet even when I turn everything up to max. So, okay, now I think we're ready to go. So, I felt just a little bad, not completely, because I sort of knew what this would be like going in. But I did want to have a little more. I did want to have a little more gameplay than I wound up having last time. Now, as far as I'm concerned, like, Mass Effect is sort of a known quantity. I think people will probably, if they just want to see pure gameplay, that option's already there. If people are here for me, presumably they're here because they would like to hear what I have to say about the game. That doesn't mean that everything I say is correct, or that I need to say so much of it at the expense of gameplay. But yeah, I think the balance was maybe a little bit off from where I wanted it to be. But with that in mind, I'm still going to do some codices. I'm still going to do dialogue with people. And I'm going to, I'm going to try and express feelings about the game. But one of my private goals is to try and get on with it a little bit with the gameplay. And I may reevaluate the idea of sort of making it sort of 2 games that I'm juggling right now, if it feels like Mass Effect is becoming a bit of a time sink, because I know, Rebel Galaxy Outlaw actually just became available on Steam and PlayStation 4. I believe the Switch version's available now. And I was actually a little disappointed that the reaction wasn't as positive as I thought it would be. I love that game. But I noticed that I got a few comments on the Rebel Galaxy videos from people saying that I was really surprised. It said the game isn't action oriented enough, and I'm like, did you leave the spaceport? Like, suffice to say, I do not agree with that assessment. But we've got Dr. Frankenvinder here. Hope your pandemic hasn't been too harsh for you. It's actually, the only issue has not been pandemic related. I'm in a job which seems to be able to handle remote work reasonably well, although our infrastructure isn't all that good. I have tried to keep the shopping reined in a bit. I did go a little bit overboard on some books. But they are books that I had immediate use for, so I could sort of justify those. But unfortunately, and again, I don't mean to harp on about this, but some of you may remember that I had ordered a camera, and this is like the first digital camera I've ever bought, and it's not a cheap one. I ordered that through Amazon, and when it arrived, it wasn't in the box. It was a box of thermal paper, like the paper that you see for receipts. So I contacted Amazon. I took photos of the package, everything. And I've not only been getting the runaround, I've been directed to 2 different departments on this. They wanted me to make a false report to the police saying that it was stolen, which I categorically refused to do. It hasn't been resolved yet. And that's a lot of money for me on on that particular item. So I've actually, I'll admit, I've been getting really stressed out about it because the mere thought of trying to go to small claims court over something like that against a company like Amazon is really, really bad. But it's an amount of money that is meaningful enough to me that like I just can't let that go. Especially with not like at this point they've asked for the receipt paper back, so I don't even have the paper to show for the amount of money that was spent on it. But I don't want the thing to become too personal grievance oriented. And I know this is I was shocked. Like I had always associated Amazon with very good customer service. But I also need to realize that, my experience has always been contingent on very small amounts of money. And it seems here that I've hit the threshold of expense or the cost of a good to suddenly show me the bad side. And, needless to say, I am severely reconsidering my stance on e-commerce. But I am enjoying Mass Effect quite a bit, and I'm looking forward to sharing that with you rather than focusing on my personal problems, because I realize it's not directly a pandemic thing. It's just, I probably would have been buying a lot less econ. I said, help me buy something nice then. Having worked at a shipping warehouse for Amazon, it is actually a requirement to file a police report because they're probably having a problem with someone stealing from the warehouse, and they're wanting a bare minimum fire not to charge someone with a felony. Right. I mean, the problem is that it's not like they wanted to say that the item was stolen, like the package was stolen from my doorstep. So that's actually good to know, that there is sort of a justification behind it. But I can't say that the item was stolen from my doorstep when it wasn't. Like, it's pretty clear to me that there's where the problem has come up, because when I look at the shipping weight of the package, the amount is like over 3 times the weight of that camera. And so, in that particular case, like, it's really clear the wrong item was packed. Now, I mean, there might be somebody doing something in the background as far as, somebody very deliberately mispacking and taking the item for there. I mean, I'm certainly not going to make a claim that I know what's going on inside of the warehouse, but to a certain extent too, like as a consumer, I have to, I have sort of my expectations in terms of what my involvement is. And in the end, if it's a warehouse issue on their part, I don't see how, I don't quite see what my involvement is as far as claiming that something happened at my door that didn't. But that's actually useful context for me, Dr. Frankenbinder. So the last I heard from a support person, so they say a week within the refund. The last support person, I said that they have 2 weeks after they receive the item from UPS, so that's Monday. My suspicion is that if they had good news for me, they would tell me as soon as possible. So I am sort of expecting we're not giving you the money back reply. But that's something to deal with on Monday. Anyways, I'll get the codice. Or actually, Mad King Bruto said that he was happy to see the Galactic map like that, and this really upsets me because I thought we got some updates. It said there were like a bunch of new items, and unfortunately, I don't see them anymore. So, yeah, thank you, Dr. Frankenvinder. That's It is what it is. I've done what I can in the word. But the one thing that I do try and keep for myself in terms of perspective is that the fact that I could, so it's a lot of money for me, obviously, but the fact that I am in a situation where I had the option to buy it in the first place means that I am doing much better than other people in the pandemic. And so I don't, I'm not happy it happened to me. But I also kind of need to keep some perspective in the sense that the mere fact that something bad like this could have happened means that I'm obviously in a better spot than other folks. It's just, I think one of the problems has been because it's just been so drawn out. It's almost like a month now. The fact that it's sort of, I think it's the fact that there's kind of been just these weeks of this uncertainty about it that's kind of made it a big problem. But I did say I wasn't going to talk more about it, so I'm sure it will be resolved one way or the other, and I'm going to try and not make the stream too much of a drag about it. So the drawback is here we had a bunch of new flags, and I guess because I either opened the window once or because it's a reload of a save, it's not telling me the update. So I'll try and do my best to figure out where we're at with the war assets. So the Terminus fleet is an assortment of mercenary vessels and pirate ships bound together by little more than common geography and a fear of the Reapers. Despite this volatile mix, the fleet seems to be functioning as one under the leadership of the criminal warlord Arya Talak. Updated, the Blood Pack's mercenaries have been compared to floods, wildfires, and other calamities. It recruits Krogan and Vorcha, preferably those with no regard for collateral damage. On the rare occasion when brute force is insufficient, the Blood Pack is willing to deploy weapons of mass destruction normally banned in Citadel space. All right, as far as the Alliance, Callie Sanders. First Lieutenant Callie Sanders joined Grissom Academy's board of directors after she gave up her military career. When the Cerberus raid on the academy was thwarted by Commander Shepard, Sanders joined with Alliance engineers and worked to recreate the Prothean device found on Mars. Her past work as a systems technician, specifically studying synthetic intelligence, has helped decode some of the complex feedback systems that control the weapon's energy output. Updated, some of Grissom Academy's more technically minded students were saved from Cerberus by Commander Shepard. They've met up with Sanders, contributing their brain power to some of the problems that she's been tackling. Jack, formerly known as Subject Zero, may be the most talented biotic of her time. After helping Shepard destroy the Collectors, she was offered a teaching position at Grissom Academy by the Alliance. Accepting the position for reasons of her own, Jack continued to hone her skills while training her students. Grissom Board of Directors member Kaylee Sanders has vouched for Jack's energetic, if unorthodox, teaching style, impressed with the inroads made with the children under the Rogue Biotic's care. I think... yeah, we've got these ones already. I mean, if there's updates, I don't think there's much I can hope for there. No, that's not it. All right. I suspect there's probably more that I'm missing, but I'll just accept it as lost, and we'll maybe see if there's updates that happen later. I'll do some dialogue, and then we'll do some codices.
Yes, Commander?
I understand this is a difficult time for you, Primarch, but Earth can't survive without reinforcements. Can I still count on your help?
If the Krogan help us on Palaven, then I give you my word.
How is it being the Primarch?
Not what I imagined. The battle of all time is happening on Palaven, and I'm light years away, reading casualty reports in the millions. If I'm going to die, I want to be with my men, so there's no doubt we fought to the last soul.
I understand. Leaving Earth to save it. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done.
I'm not surprised. Garrus speaks highly of you. You never asked to be a leader, yet your people will die if you refuse. We find ourselves in similar circumstances. Let's hope the spirits grant us the strength to see it through.
It's so weird. I feel like the focus on the Primarch in some of these angles is off, but I'm sure I'm just imagining it.
How are things on Palaven?
The casualty reports are staggering. The Reapers are using our own tactics against us. Destroy the enemy with overwhelming force.
I've seen the same on Earth.
The strategist in me admires their brutality. The Turian in me knows I'm watching the destruction of 15,000 years of civilization. My civilization.
That's awesome to hear, Dr. Frankenvinder. I'm sure you must have mentioned a job search before. I just didn't immediately make the association that for some reason I thought that you'd been doing something else. So I'm very glad to hear that, because I don't mean to tell people what their business is, but I've not exactly heard the most positive things of your former job. It's definitely why I am trying to be as level-headed and even tempered when talking with service reps, because clearly it is not, the person whose fault it is not the person I'm talking to on the phone. But I'm really glad to hear that you found something that's a little more of a better fit, it sounds like. What are you doing, if you don't mind me asking?
So Jack's an instructor? I guess anyone who messes with biotic kids gets turned into a small stain on the floor and ceiling. Ooh, and that was Cerberus attacking the academy. Man, that must have been like Christmas for her. Anyway,
it is good to know that Jack has thus far survived the Reaper invasion. I have amusing memories of her attempts to insert additions into my reports to the Elusive Man. Most of them centered around inappropriate uses of the word cockpit.
I felt bad that I stomped on Joker's line there. All right. I guess it's because I'm doing intermediate mission.
You may want to check in on shuttle pilot Cortez down in the armory.
Oh, this is helpful, so I'm probably only going to have to follow up whenever she gives me information like that. Let's deal with the private terminal first. Forward, thank you from Stephen Hackett. Forwarded message for Kaylee Sanders, thank you to Stephen Hackett. Hi, Commander. I didn't have time to thank you properly after you got us out of the academy, and Admiral Hackett agreed to send this your way. While my students are out on duty, I'm doing what I can to help with the Crucible. It's an amazing project, more advanced than anything I've ever seen before. Some of my more tech-minded kids are staying back to help out too and watching them work. It's the future, Commander. This project will inform human progress for generations, and they'll have you to thank for it. Meet me on the Citadel from Miranda Lawson. Commander, I heard about your stay with the Alliance. I can only imagine what nonsense they cooked up to keep you there. We should talk. It's safer in person. You'll find me in Citadel Bay D24, Miranda. Spectre status confirmed from Ashley Williams. Commander, Udina made me an offer and I accepted. I'm a Spectre. I can't believe it. With everything falling apart, does this even mean anything? All the authority, resources, freedom, the whole scary package, but I don't know. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Come by the hospital if you get a chance. They're still keeping me here, but I'm planning on sneaking out soon. Ashley.
I just got word. Everyone from Grissom Academy has arrived safely.
We wouldn't have known about them if you hadn't caught the distress signal. Nice work.
Thanks, Commander.
Can human heads turn back that far? Oh wait, it's just shuttle bay, not engineering. Well, let's take a quick look and see what we can find here. You're now a sales representative for the T-Mobile branch in your...
I knew this was coming.
I just mean,
Sorry.
it's an amazing work of engineering. Elastic titanium silicon polymers, ultra-light harmonic phased power cells.
Mm-hmm.
And if she ever accidentally walks into a wall, there's just so much padding.
Ugh, I knew it.
Wish I were a wall.
You pretty much are, Kenneth.
So Dr. Frankenvinder says here, I am now a sales representative for the T-Mobile branch in your area. Since the merger with Sprint, they've started growing more and more in the area I am at. So there should be a good bit of room for movement in the company. For those who do not know, I have been in the warehousing industry for about 4 years, doing just about every job under the sun of warehousing. So at this point, I have plateaued in my warehousing career and was in need of something new and different. It's really good to hear, Dr. Frankenvinder. I've actually been rather bad, because I've definitely was sort of sold a bill of goods in terms of what my opportunities and what people wanted from me in my current position. And there is a certain degree of security, which is nice, but I definitely think, rapid advancement is not the only consideration that I have, but I definitely feel quite disillusioned with my own position. So knowing the fear of looking for other roles and the challenges that come out of that, I actually very much appreciate kind of what you went through, and I'm really happy that you managed to get there. But also, I'm really glad that you're kind of on top of something that you're really excited about, particularly with regards to the fact that you can move up. So thanks for sharing that. We've got Uncle Cranky here. How you doing tonight? And hello, Crack Steve. How are you doing tonight?
Need anything, Commander?
Both of you, how are you doing tonight, if that wasn't clear?
Is your family okay?
My parents are serving on Viridian Zenith, an Alliance agricultural vessel. My sister is a navigator on the SSV Benjamin Davis. Happy to report that both vessels are safely under Hackett's command.
Does the new Normandy stack up to the old SR-1?
Stack up. It blows the old ship away.
So to speak.
Tantalus drive core has been completely overhauled. The SR-2 might be nearly twice the size, but the new drive core is 3 times bigger. This ship can fly. That said, Cerberus isn't too high on safety. If pushed past her limits, this core would vent into engineering. Guess it gives my team incentive to keep her well balanced during a firefight.
Do your job or get vaporized.
Pretty much.
What is it with the focus in
I
this?
noticed the kinetic barriers with cyclonic technology. Should help reduce the draw when under missile fire.
Hopefully that means fewer vaporized engineers.
The IES stealth system is significantly improved. It can handle a higher blue shift of our emissions.
And that means?
We should be able to drop out of FTL without triggering every sensor in range. Very handy for stealth reconnaissance. All in all, the Normandy is a marvel of engineering.
What do you think of Edie?
We had a good talk during the retrofit. A little strange at first, talking shop with an AI.
AI? I thought Edie posed as a VI to keep the likes of you from unplugging her.
Yeah, but I saw through her. Have you seen her hardware? Processing power is off the charts. And then there were the problems that kept fixing themselves. If I hadn't had her pegged, I would have sworn I was losing it.
You never expressed any skepticism, Lieutenant Adams.
I figured I'd better play it safe with the Cerberus AI, Edie. No offense.
None taken. As long as you keep your fingers out of my cognizance processors.
In the beginning, I tried disconnecting her from key processes without giving myself away. Easier said than done. But Joker seemed to trust her, and in time I saw her advantages. Even grew to like her.
I was under the impression that Edie couldn't do that. Sorry, I just got something stuck in my teeth. It's really bothering me. There we go. I thought she said that she was going to stay inside that body now. Maybe I got mistaken on that.
How's Engineer Donnelly working out?
The kid's got talent. Now if he could just learn to shut his damn mouth.
Problems?
I'm sorry, Commander. Donnelly is dedicated, knowledgeable, and thinks on his feet. I'm glad to have him on my team. Could use a lesson or two about respecting chain of command, but I've handled the likes of him before. No need for concern.
How's Engineer Daniels working out?
Her, I like. She's sharp and knows propulsion theory better than most physicists I've met. And she's easy to work with, too. Always said you had an eye for talent. Good job bringing her back to the Alliance.
Carry on, Adams.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
It's great to be back.
Feels good to be in an Alliance uniform again.
Welcome aboard, Chief.
Nothing to report.
All right.
I'm glad the commander didn't forget about us down here.
I told you Shepard would come visit.
I'm a little weirded out about the fact that the hair, like, this is the default hair, so I was like, why doesn't it look like on the box?
Commander, I was exploring your ship.
Find anything interesting?
One of your crew lived in this space. There are traces of anger.
That was Jack. Anger was her specialty.
Traces of her pain are still present. I'm told she sought revenge against Cerberus when she was here. A goal you helped fulfill. I hope you will do the same for me. At least I have better quarters.
So of course it's the shuttle bay that I need to be going to, but I'm not too upset that I get to find out a little bit more about some of these people. By the way, unrelated to Mass Effect.
Now, a city of 4 million blasted from orbit. Adelaide, Australia is no more.
Sorry, Cranky.
New footage from Earth reveals the Reaper's plans to attack large industrial centers. Which cities are next? Find out inside the battle space. Cerberus stealthily strikes Star System shield. No, glad I read that one out loud.
By the way, I am saying that to Cranky despite knowing full well that he is in fact a New Zealand. It's only Adelaide. Yeah, so one game that I've been playing that I think has maybe a little less respect than I thought it deserves. I've got back into Dawn of War 3 again. I'm sorry that people didn't get more into that, because I thought it did interesting and original stuff. I think it relied very heavily on its multiplayer component, and so the failure for people to bring it on, kind of go on board with it, effectively doomed the title. But
They're everywhere. You just get taken to. I can't just sit here doing nothing. Stay with me. Run. Can't get out of there. You can make it. No, I can't, Steve. But you can. Promise me. I love you. But I know you. Don't make me an anchor. Promise me, Steve. No, don't.
yeah, so that's just it. Like, everybody wants to do this huge thing about how it was MOBA influence, but the first thing for me is that I actually don't think that's a bad feature. I mean, it's, you could say that this is not gonna stop recording. You can say that you know, there hasn't been a lot of innovation in the real-time strategy genre for a while. Interesting. I did not realize I was giving up a health boost.
Stay with me. Run. Can't get out of there. You can make it. No, I can't, Steve. But you can. Promise me.
Lights?
I love you. But I know you. Don't make
I'll figure it out later.
Promise me, Steve. No, don't.
But yeah, so, you know, a lot of people made a big deal of that. So one thing is that there's a very common, I'm just going to walk away from the dialogue. I do want to hear this, but like, I want to focus on it if I can. You know, there's something to be said for the fact that there is sort of a feeling that the real-time strategy genre has been a bit stagnant for a while. You know, there are exceptions. So like Tooth and Tail is a really good example of that, because it has this sort of single unit that's controlling things, and then you indirectly control the rest of your team through that one unit. So it made it very good for use of controllers and whatnot. And the thing is that the one case where I do think you can say that there's been innovation in the real-time strategy genre is the MOBA. Like, as soon as I say it's like, well, you know, like MOBAs basically are real-time strategy games, inevitably there's always someone there's like, no, they're not, you know, and it gets into a really long and unproductive, you know, back and forth about, you know, clearly there is a distinction to be made between the two, but like a really good example for, you know, if you took a look at some of the older Dota 2 players, they would get pretty annoyed with people who weren't rather good at micro, because of course they've cut their teeth on Warcraft 3. And that's not to suggest that, you know, when you move outside of, you know, you can have enough differences that maybe it is helpful to have a distinction. I think the term MOBA is helpful, but I also think it is very fair to say that, you know, there are more similarities than differences between real-time strategy games and MOBAs. And one game that has done a very good job of sort of working between those spaces is in fact the Relic games. So, you know, instead of mining resources, you take over control points. And that's been true for Company of Heroes, that's been true for the Dawn of War games. And to have a multiplayer mode which is return, so you've got control points which are objective based, but now you have victory conditions which are less about completely annihilating the enemy, but more about achieving particular objectives, which in this case will be to destroy, sort of a series of buildings, ultimately leading to the power core. Personally, I actually thought this was a blending of something that was clearly very interesting happening in the RTS space, as well as doing it in a way that I thought was more in line with sort of what made the Relic games, what made them stand out as fun real-time strategy games to play. Now, obviously that's an opinion, and my opinion is clearly not shared by the majority of the player base, who apparently just wanted, Dawn of War 2, but with slightly better graphics. But I think, first of all, I give Relic huge props for being willing to experiment with a big franchise like that. But more importantly, too, I really do feel that game was not fairly treated. I think it is actually a very good RTS, and that people were way too willing to jump into that, that kind of pat classification, rather than sort of enjoy the original things that it brought into the genre.
That Primarch's got some real cojones. What we need are more politicians like him, taking names and kicking ass.
I love you.
Oh God, not another one.
Don't make me an anchor. Promise me, Steve. No, don't.
Commander. Sorry. Didn't see you there. This is a recording from Ferris Fields. Months ago. I lost a lot of friends that day. I lost my husband. I grieved. Said goodbye, made my peace.
You were talking with him when the Collectors hit?
I was organizing construction at a remote station a few clicks south of the main colony. Robert managed to get outside of the field the Collectors put up. Instead of running, he called me.
Sorry for your loss. He obviously cared a lot about you.
He was afraid I wouldn't let go. But for him, I moved on. Or at least I thought I had. Then the invasion hits, there's no time. And the one thing I grab is this. I mean, what's the point of moving on with your life when everything is going to hell?
Start thinking that way and we've already lost.
Yeah, you're right, but... well, to be honest... I've never felt as alone as I do right now.
I kind of want to say this, but...
You're not alone, Steve. I'm here. Anytime you need me.
I appreciate that, Shepard, I really do. But don't worry, Commander. When I'm in that pilot seat, I'm there 100%. I won't fail you. It's just the downtime between missions that's hard,
I know.
Interesting. So I thought that might have opened up a side mission or something like that. But I kind of like the fact that they actually take the time to let you...
Commander, I feel terrible about leaving you on Grissom Academy like that.
I did order you to leave.
Yeah, doesn't make me feel any better. I'm just glad it all worked out.
I'm kind of glad that they actually let you take the time to have a moment with your crew members. I actually like it maybe a little bit more than some of the... I don't know, like I like the presentation of it, I guess is the better way of putting it. I'm trying to keep the rants to a minimum. I haven't actually opened up any codices yet. So maybe what I'll do, seeing as I'm scouring the decks looking for things to do, maybe I'll do maybe at least even a little space stuff, and then I can start doing the codex entries. I'm just a little conscious of the fact that I really didn't do that much gameplay last time. So, well, I mean, learning the story and whatnot is gameplay, but having a little bit of shooting every once in a while doesn't hurt. I don't think Chokvus is going to have anything to say, but...
I'm glad to see we have Garrus back. I wanted to help with his scars, but I think he actually likes them. Where
did the body go? I will admit, actually, I mean, this is maybe just me being a bit of a sucker, but when they were talking about trouble on the ship, I didn't think it was going to be an ally that emerged. I very much thought he's going to tell me he's got some calibrations going on and I won't like it. I very much thought that it was going to be, you know, the
You're positive you don't want to come over and talk?
No, the gun battery is nice and quiet. If I throw down some rugs, it'll get downright cozy.
Garrus?
I'll be fine, Liara. Just gathering some thoughts.
All right.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like something like when you're Joker trying to avoid the collectors. I thought it was going to be sort of a side mission like that. So, going to use the terminal before talking to her. Call from Kaylee Sanders to Jack. Hey Sanders, checking on the kids. How are they, Jack? They'll do good. Is this going to be long? I kind of got crap to do. I wanted to tell you, I persuaded some Alliance friends to part with that biotic amp you and the children were testing at Grissom. You can pick one up on the Citadel. Damn, is that one of the L3X1s? You know how much shit I could tear up with one of those installed? I had an idea. Look after yourself. Yeah. And hey, thanks. Yeah, actually, I've been pretty bad with Melee, but I find it kind of slow. All right, email from Kaylee Sanders to David Anderson. David, you won't get this for a while unless you have an extranet connection working on Earth. I made it out to this weapon we're building. The device isn't even halfway complete, and it's the most breathtakingly complicated piece of technology I've ever seen. I wish you could see this thing we're creating. It gives me hope. Take care for my sake.
It was odd to see an entire academy just for biotic children.
Don't Asari have biotic schools?
Every Asari school includes biotic training programs. It's basic education. Still, those children in the academy were very impressive. I'm sure Jack's proud.
So I finally get how these monitors work, and I think it is absolutely hilarious that you can get them to face the wall.
A pleasure to see you.
Okay, actually, I think I can understand why people might have been mad about the ending for this game. Because if by the end of this, like, you know, you take down the lead Reaper ship or, you know, do whatever, and there isn't like a major countdown, and it's like just at the last possible second, Garrett says, the calibrations are complete, and you save the galaxy and you roll credits, then I'll be pretty mad.
One of the worst parts of this war is watching the kids react. If they're lucky, they grow up thinking the galaxy is basically a decent place. Some rough spots here and there, but for the most part, life makes sense. Now they find out it was all a lie. They wake up to see these things in the dark that just want to destroy everyone they ever cared about. If they survive, there'll be a lot of angry orphans out there looking for answers.
You know, I'll admit, that's actually kind of what I thought about at the end of Outer Wilds. So, like, I really liked that little moment of hide and seek with the kids, and I will admit that I actually felt really bad that they apparently, I guess the implication is that they were never allowed to grow up. So I kind of like the fact that this game confronts that. I don't think there's anything for me to do in the captain's cabin, so let's go to the Combat Information Center, find ourselves a mission to do. So we've got Surcash is the priority mission. I'm looking for evidence. I don't know if Benning is, I guess I have to go to Benning for this. Citadel, the Hanar diplomat, is and presumably something I can only do on the Citadel. Improved power grid I might be finding through my other work. Blue Suns, right, so I need to find a non-violent way to deal with him. Eclipse, right, and now I need to actually see this person. biotic amp interfaces in Asari on the Citadel is looking for improved biotic amp interfaces. Find the schematics and bring them to her at Huerta Memorial Hospital. Again, presumably we're going to find those through exploring the galaxy. Ismar Frontier. A scientist is searching for missing prototypes for a biotic amplification system. Search the Ismar Frontier for the components and return them to the scientist on Citadel. Now, I've pretty much got a system in place for checking out all of the different locations on my own, so I don't really need to worry so much about the locations, just given the fact that I'm already going to be exploring them. But Avolis on the Citadel needs the Book of Plenix to inspire his people, recover it on Irun, and return it to him in the Presidium Commons. And the Solarian needs new heating unit stabilizers. Okay, so I'm pointedly ignoring the priority mission until I've explored all the other options, just to try and keep some sanity as far as side missions are concerned. Anybody here watch Handmaid's Tale or read the book? So of course there's a temptation to go to the Citadel just to do the work, but in this case here, I guess we're heading to the Anos Basin just because everything else is either 100% or doesn't seem to have any anything to pick up. Yeah, I actually prefer... I mean, in fairness, she's just looking at a screensaver the whole time, but I do rather like the idea of messing with her work. Also, one thing I was meaning to say to folks is, so there's a couple things that I've been trying on YouTube to try and raise the attention to the channel, and they seem to have been working. And one side effect of that is that a number of you, potentially who are watching this video, although I appreciate it doesn't make for the best VOD content, there have been some more people following off channel. And this is nice. Like, it used to be for a while that there'd be a nice steady flow of new follows into the channel, and that sort of stopped. I don't know if that was a Twitch thing or if that was just a change in my social circle. I definitely have fewer sort of quote-unquote feeder channels. So one thing about Twitch is that if you want to grow your channel, generally that comes through community. And if you are not attached to a given community, it's actually very hard to find new viewers. Which is one of the reasons I appreciate all of you folks finding me and hanging out. But one thing that's been pleasantly unexpected is it's the sort of light downward trend has been offset by the fact that it seems like some people are discovering the channel through other things that I do, and you've been following as a result. So I don't get a chance to thank you in person, but I do want to recognize that. It's definitely helped me out, so thanks for that. And then I should also mention that I've started recording some YouTube specific stuff, which will probably be coming online next week. I've been doing it quietly because I want to get a nice runway ready to go, but if it meets with some success, I'm going to try and do more of it over time. Alright, diplomatic ships. The diplomatic ships of the Solarians, Turians, and Krogan float far out from one another, out of weapons range. Messages sent by each faction indicate that they would welcome the Normandy as a neutral meeting ground for their diplomats. The fact that they have not agreed on a ship to serve as a neutral meeting point before now does not bode well for the negotiations.
Commander, the Solarian Dalatras and Krogan clan chief are ready to come aboard.
Have them brought to the conference room. Hope this doesn't start another war.
The Krogan is in no position to make demands.
The Krogan has a name. Ernot Rex. And I'm not just some junkyard Varen you unleash whenever you're in trouble. I've got my own problems. Reaper scouts have arrived on Tuchanka. So why should I care if a few Turians go extinct?
Trying to draw out negotiations will get you nowhere, Rex. I have no time for
Hey,
it.
Johnny.
Just tell us what you want.
I'll tell you what I need. A cure for the genophage.
Absolutely not. The genophage is non-negotiable.
Why are you so opposed to the idea, Delatras?
Because my people uplifted the Krogan. We know them best.
You mean you used us to fight a war you couldn't win? It wasn't the Solarians, or the Asari, or even the Turians that stopped the Rachni. It was Krogan blood that turned the tide.
And after that, you ceased to be useful. The genophage was the only way to keep your urges in check.
Dalatrash, you may not like him, but Rex is right. Insulting him won't change that.
I won't apologize for speaking the truth. We uplifted the Krogan to do one thing: wage war. It's all they know because it's all we wanted them to know.
She is really not improving my opinion of her. Like, this is definitely not the argument that I would be convinced by. Like, so here's a line of reasoning that I might accept with the Krogan. And even then, like, I'm not entirely convinced. Actually, sorry, I should probably get this out of the way. For those of you who like Krogan, Johnny Big Time. Wait, have you done Andromeda yet, Johnny Big Time? Johnny Big Time has got a great love of the Krogan people and their I mean, it used to be his desktop background for the longest time. So even if he wasn't doing Mass Effect, you would you'd see Rex adorning the background while he was doing his in-between streams. He was doing Skyrim for a little bit, but the last time I watched him, he was playing Call of Duty Warzone, which, I like watching Johnny. Warzone, I've never downloaded. I'm still don't have the BattleNet launcher on my computer. I'm not sure when I'm going to go back to that, actually, because I guess technically I said it was going to be a year, and I think that year has passed. But anyways, Johnny is back after a long hiatus, so it's a chance for me to finally start shouting him out again. And I hope you guys get a chance to check him out. You just needed the battle pass done, but you're back to Sky. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and it sounds like, I think Johnny is doing something a little bit similar to what I've been up to lately, which is to try and do some more like consistent broadcasts on a given game to finish that game. So if this new format's working for you, I can definitely say that Johnny is in sort of a similar boat, let's say. But I'll admit it was actually really just the fact that the Krogans were mentioned that made me want to do that diatribe. What I wanted to talk about was the argument. So here's an example of an argument which I'll admit probably doesn't have a huge moral grounding to it, but one that I could probably sympathize with a little bit more. The genophage is clearly a terrible thing and very hard to justify in the best of circumstances. But you can sort of say that the Krogan present a clear and present danger. The Krogan maybe are a danger to the level of the Reapers. And because we can't justify the wholesale extermination of a sentient species like the Krogan, what we do instead is we alter them to blunt the impact, right? Genocide light. It's that's why it sounds really terrible to put it that way. So it's basically it's an idea sort of conceived in this original sin of using the Krogan, knowing what we know now about the genophage and its effects, and the Krogan as a whole. It is maybe not an action that we would necessarily want to do again. Virtually unkillable war machines with an explosive breeding cycle. Yeah, not great, but I totally get why the genophage is kind of required. Yeah, so it's like you're dealing with. Hello, Smishet, how you doing? You essentially have the fact that you need to make a decision in the moment. It is one that maybe on reflection you would not do if you had a better knowledge of the implications, what it would do to the species as a whole. It's one of these things where we did it, but we wouldn't necessarily advocate for it again. And so the idea of undoing the genophage would be, suppose, so let's say we undo the genophage, and it turns out that the Krogan really are as dangerous as the original justification led them to be. We don't have the option of doing that again and remaining, we can't. So in the original use of the genophage, we had one opportunity to claim ignorance. We don't have that anymore. That if the Krogan come up and become a problem again, we don't necessarily have a good answer for it. But the one thing we know we really are not morally justified in doing is the genophage. So now again, the problem with that is you're given an opportunity to undo this great moral failing. So you still can't really turn around and say, yeah, well, we're going to, do it here. I mean, I guess at this point, you're just weighing the odds of saying that, especially in this moment of crisis, are we willing to take that risk that we have another massive threat emerge? I suppose that's the other way you say. It's like we're dealing with the state of the world as it is right now. How much of this risk are you willing to bear, I suppose, is the other way you can angle it. But the one thing that is almost guaranteed to have me be opposed to Dalatras is that, yeah, we uplifted the Krogan, they're our tools, we'll do with them what we want. I'm like, no, do you not get why this was a bad thing? So anyways, your people miscalculated.
Your people should have thought the matter through then. Was it really a surprise the Krogan revolted?
That's precisely my point, Commander. We made a rash decision. We turned to the Krogan in desperation. It's the same mistake you're about to make today. No good can come from curing the genophage.
The Krogan have paid for their mistakes. The genophage has gone on long enough.
1,476 years, if you're keeping track.
It was 1,000 years of peace, free from these brutes.
Enough! Whether or not they deserve a cure is academic. It would take years to formulate one.
My information says otherwise. A Solarian scientist, Malin, grew a conscience. He was on my planet, testing a cure on our females.
I remember. His methods were barbaric.
But what you didn't know is that other females survived his experiments. So the Galactic here sent in a team to clean up the whole mess and to take them prisoner.
Where did you get this? It could be a fabrication.
Don't insult me. Those are my people. They're immune to the genophage, and you're going to give them back.
Dalatras, is this true?
How will curing the genophage benefit my people?
How long do you think you'll last alone against the Reapers? Because if you don't help, that's how it'll end up.
And I'll be the last friendly Turian you ever see.
What's it gonna be?
The females are being kept at one of our STG bases on Surkash. But I warn you, Commander, the consequences of this will be felt for centuries to come.
I'm really tempted to...
You're not setting foot on Surkash. This will take time.
It happens now. As a Council Spectre, Shepard can oversee the exchange.
We're going.
I won't forget this, Commander. A bully has few friends when he needs them most.
It's very tempting to go renegade there, but I am also remembering how important it is in diplomacy basically not behave the way that I am most inclined to behave, which is to want to get the word in edgewise. Because I mean, I've read enough on diplomacy that even in the case of hated enemies, I think I believe in the case of outright nuclear conflict, the British ambassadors, without other authorization, the strongest condemnation they can offer is something to the effect of, Her Majesty cannot look favorably upon this turn of events. Like, we're talking the missiles in the air. You know, this is about as strong of a statement as you get in those cases. So Uncle Cranky, the Krogans are also one of your favorite little touches to the trilogy. During the second game, you got confused about their frequent referrals to growing a quad until you read a codex that pointed out they have a fully redundant physiology. I think this is what Johnny was pointing out when he did number 2 as well. Morden Solis and his approach on the past actions is one of the most interesting lore in ME2. It's been a while. I know Smishat was around when I did the when I did Mass Effect 2, but I'm trying to remember the details. I'm debating about bringing Edie again. Javik is also kind of interesting. Yeah, you know, we're gonna try Javik this time. Now, I'll admit, I'm not crazy about the slow fire rate for the Mantis. I definitely preferred that to the like, I do like the fact that I can take something out in one shot. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with the configuration I had before. It's worked well so far. So, like, basically I take a single shot and it takes a while to reload. I kind of prefer to be able to sort of snap some shots off a bit faster. But when I brought a more semi-automatic sniper rifle, it wasn't single shot kills, so I'm dealing with sort of the reality of what I'm working with. I think I'm going to do sabotage. So I do like the idea of incinerate, especially to be able to do the health and armor. But I think sabotage has actually served me a little bit better in the past. So synthetics explode when destroyed, dealing 437.5 points of damage across a 4-meter radius. That's oddly specific. And increases the recharge speed by 25%. Definitely more boom. I guess we keep going down the specialization. So 28 damage per second to lifted targets, or the recharge speed by 30%. I think I'm okay with damage here. There's something to be said for improving the recharge speed so that, you know, I was saying how, like, area of effect and all of that is how I want to approach my allies. And so you can sort of think about the ability to cast it, you know, more rapidly. That might be more consistent with how I'm using these, but I'll be honest with you, there are very few times where I've actually felt that the cooldowns are keeping me from being able to do interesting things. And apparently, I have neglected my my squads, so I think I can get away with 3 levels and everything, and then I need to pick specializations. Okay, so slam, deal massive damage with a biotic body slam, yank an opponent helplessly off the ground, lob this grenade into a group of enemies and send them flying. So this is a lot of duplication with Liara. Plague an opponent with persistent damaging biotic field. Effects transfer to a second target if the... Okay, I know what I'm specializing in. Increase damage, increase power duration. I think I'm going to go for the extra damage. Slow the movement speed or increase the recharge speed. Ooh, this is actually a tough one. I think I'll slow the movement speed. And then extra damage or increase damage to armor and barriers. I'll make this a little more... Oh. I'm going to wait on that. I didn't want to start off with too many complaints about the game. One thing that...
This is the Solarian homeworld we're headed to. They aren't used to seeing Krogan here, so let's keep it simple. We land, get the females, and leave before anyone changes their mind.
I still don't trust a word they say.
I was just going to say, one thing that struck me a little bit are some of the details in this strike me as a little off. So I commented a couple of times how it feels like in the dialogue scenes the focus is off. And there's also those moments where like you'll be talking with a character and move behind them and like their head twists like it's The Exorcist. I feel like those details, like those little like bits of imperfection weren't there in Mass Effect 2. And it might just be that I'm considering it with rose-colored glasses, but they kind of stand out, I guess because I think so highly of it. Hey, all right, let's say be friendly.
Diplomacy play out, Rex. You'll get what you want.
Just like you're getting what you want, Shepard.
What are you talking about?
I found out you had access to Malin's data and destroyed it.
That's not fair, Rex. Shepard's here for you now.
Is she? These females are my people's best and last hope of curing the genophage. Whose side are you on, Shepard?
Destroying the data was a mistake. This war has shown me every species has a right to thrive.
I want to believe that. I want to believe what you said to the Dalatrass was real. We'll see how things shake out.
Commander, I have the Solarian base on sensors.
Set her down. We'll sort this out later.
I'd completely forgotten about this. That's actually, now that I think of it, that's a neat touch, because like obviously that's a very, like that's something that has huge implications.
Commander, Solarian ground control says we don't have clearance to land.
Tell them the Dalatrass authorized this herself.
I knew they'd never keep their word. Let's see them try to stop a Krogan airdrop.
Rex?
Oh, Jesus.
We have an unauthorized landing.
And who authorized you to hold my race hostage?
Halt! Stand down! Hold your fire!
Commander Shepard, restrain your colleague. We only found out about this transfer a few moments ago.
Oh, I didn't realize that, Dr. Frankenvinder. I guess it's a species pack? But yeah, what was I going to say? So, I mean, obviously the whole question of the genophage is, you know, has tremendous implications for the Krogan. And I love the fact that it's something that I did so casually in the previous game that apparently I forgot about it. I love the fact that they bring it up again, because I actually don't know how many people who play this would necessarily remember making that decision.
I'd like to avoid a diplomatic incident.
As would we.
But you have something valuable to Rex.
Something worth dying for.
This matter can be resolved, but I must insist you remain under guard.
I can handle this, Rex.
Anything goes wrong and all bets are off.
I'm Paddock Wicks, and I appreciate your understanding, Commander. With war on everyone's minds, our people are on edge.
Careful! Watch the containment shield!
They were much smaller in my cycle.
As you can see, this base contains sensitive information.
What kind of work goes on here?
Evolutionary trials, morphological simulations, exogenetic assessments.
Nothing is ever simple with Solarians, is it?
Science has always been our best defense. The research we do here has kept Surkesh safe for millennia.
Does that include studying lost Krogan?
The females were in poor health when we found them on Tuchanka. They were brought here to stabilize their condition.
This whole planet smells wrong.
I'd like to see them.
Of course. I'll need to clear you for the lower levels. Give me a few moments and meet me near the elevator.
Attention biolabs. Please prepare for yard specimen arrival.
Oh, this is a nice time. So, one of the things that I felt in the previous Mass Effect games was that, you know, whenever you had a team, like whenever you went somewhere like this, it basically meant.
Agree with them or not, our orders are clear. Ensure the smooth handover of the Krogan detainees.
Who gave the order?
Our superiors. That's all that matters.
But they're gonna cure the genophage. Everything we've done to stop the Krogan will be for nothing.
When I want your opinion, I'll promote you. Until then, stay sharp and keep your mouth shut.
You know, I came to kind of expect this, picking a team to.
This is a restricted area. Please stay back.
To be, you know, okay, I'm gonna have a bunch of fights right now. I mean, it obviously isn't always like that. We had times where we visited Krogan worlds and we had some dialogue. We had the same in a few other locations, but it's always.
Where all you Solarians come from, huh? No wonder you're so soft. Too busy writing poetry about waterfall. Shepard, I don't like this. I should be the one going in.
You might not like me much, Rex, but you're gonna have to trust me here.
What I'll do is give you a chance to prove your apology meant something. I considered you a friend, Shepard. I'd like to get back to that.
Fair enough. Who tipped you off about the females here?
Sorry, Shepard, but they're listening to every word we say. I prefer my Solarian liver served raw. Besides, you'd think this is the kind of thing the Shadow Broker would have known about. Too bad I don't know him. Or her.
I'm sure the broker was very busy.
Back on the Normandy, you said Reapers were sighted on Tuchanka.
Clans Jorgal and Ravenor sighted a few landing parties. The Reapers are up to something. Tuchanka may be a pile of radioactive rubble, but it's our pile. And we'll fight to the last Krogan to keep it that way.
What do you know about these females?
They weren't fertile, so we used them as decoys to draw off enemies from the ones who were. But Malin's experiments changed that. These damn Pyjaks stole them right out from under us.
That's a pretty brutal way to treat your women, Rex.
The females suggested it. We've had to make a lot of tough choices to ensure we don't all die off.
Your females are wise.
It's just one more thing that'll get better when the genophage is cured.
Are the Krogan ready to fight the Reapers?
Ever since Sovereign showed up, I figured this day would come. My people have spent too much time selling ourselves out as mercenaries. Now we can get back to doing what Krogan do best, saving everyone else from giant monsters.
Krogan do enjoy reminding us about the Rachni Wars, don't they?
And Asari never let us forget they're better looking.
I'll be going now.
Yeah, let's get on with it.
A cyber analyst over in Intel told me the Turians can't hold out much longer. He's hearing the Reapers have them against the wall.
The Turians have the biggest fleet in the galaxy.
And we're only a few Mass Effect relays away from the whole mess.
The dialogue's been able to let me finish my coffee.
Air defenses report unidentified craft skirting our inbound approach vectors.
It's like someone's testing our defenses.
Appears that way, sir.
I don't like it. Not with everything else going on. You have clearance now to see the females, Commander. I hope we can resolve this matter without reenacting the Krogan rebellions.
What do you think about handing over the Krogan?
I differ from most of my colleagues. Curing the genophage will bring closure to this issue. In the future, the Krogan may yet play some role we can't even imagine. We should let the evolutionary process decide who lives and dies, not galactic politics.
Thanks for your time.
Of course. Proceed into the elevator when you're ready. Now take this elevator down, and someone will...
Alert. Threat condition 2 has been declared. Scramble readiness teams.
What's happening?
Sensors have picked up activity on the perimeter. Hurry, Commander. Someone will meet you below.
That someone is sovereign.
Base personnel must remain on site until further notice.
All specimens are accounted for, sir.
Shepard, excellent timing. Good to have you here.
Morden?
Eyesight still sharp. Surprise understandable. Hadn't expected to return to work.
His speech is strange.
A Prothean. Excellent.
You're back with STG?
Special consultant. Had to be me. Someone else might have gotten it wrong. Helped female Krogan. Fed information to Clan Erdnot. Encouraged political pressure to free females.
You must be Rex's inside source.
Yes, can explain later. Security warnings not normal. Need to get off-world for sake of Krogan. Females had weakened immune systems. Side effect of Malin's cure. These didn't survive.
Is it because we destroyed Malin's research?
Unlikely. Cellular degeneration in progress when females discovered. Couldn't help them.
I'm sure you did everything you could, Morden.
Arrived too late. Cannot delay now. One survivor, immune to genophage, can synthesize cure from her tissue.
She's still here.
Yes, last hope for Krogan. If she dies, genophage cure... problematic. Please be careful. Krogan slow to trust.
I'm Commander Shepard, Alliance Navy.
Are you here to kill me?
That would serve no tactical purpose.
Erdnot, Rex, and I are here to take you home.
Why? What am I to you?
Have the Solarians been mistreating you?
Those are my sisters you saw back there. They died in a lot of pain.
Did the best we could.
And now I know I'm the only one left. That makes me dangerous to a lot of people. What about you, Commander Shepard? Why are you here?
You're the future of the Krogan race. I'm fighting for that.
Then I hope you brought an army.
Give me an update. Outbound communications have been severed. We're cut off. Secure all data to off-site location.
What's happening?
We have multiple ships inbound.
Shepard, it's Rex. Cerberus troops are attacking the base. Get the females out of there now!
Only one survived, Rex. It might be safer down here.
What? So the Solarians can kill her like the others? No deal. If you still want this alliance, get her out of there.
Release the female. We're leaving.
I can't. Protocol states during lockdown, no specimens.
Objection noted. Now, please release Krogan. Need to monitor pod as it clears quarantine procedures.
Meet us at next checkpoint, Shepard. Likely Cerberus opposes genophage cure.
I do like Morden.
You'll see Tachanka again. I promise.
Get to elevator, Shepard.
Something's wrong with the elevator. It's not responding. There. Try it now, Commander.
Bomb! Get back!
Are you alright?
Is there another way out of here?
Shepard, Cerberus force.
Okay, apparently I don't need to hear that dialogue.
Shepard, it's Rex. I took the shuttle. Do whatever it takes to get the female up to the landing pad. I'll try to make life miserable for Cerberus.
Taking enemy fire. Presenting Caltech 4. Reinforcements to that location and confirmed.
It's so weird to see people. It's So weird to see people firing, but not not actually see the targets.
Clear.
There will be more.
More incoming. Don't let them take cover in the lab.
Shepard, Cerberus in vicinity. Hurry!
We're on our way.
That spares us 2 bullets.
Something new to put in our memoirs.
Works for me.
They really like reminding me that there's the sort of the jump over stuff mechanics. I don't know if I'm supposed to run through that. Oh yeah, well they closed off the door, so. I quite like the music, but this game's so quiet.
Shepard, Cerberus troops at checkpoint, attempting to kill Krogan. Need assistance.
Ah crap.
The checkpoint is under fire.
Let's get in there.
I did not mean to jump out like that.
Quickly, Shepard. Technician dead. Clear us through the checkpoint.
Are you okay?
Containment shield is holding. We'll try to repair if necessary. Can't speak for Krogan's health, however.
I'm fine, Commander.
Females kept secret. Possibly a mole in STG. Could be indoctrinated. If no Krogan aligns with Turians, Reapers left unchallenged.
We'll do more than challenge them.
I actually just finished my coffee, Frankenvinder. Glad you got your own.
Shepard, meet us at next checkpoint. Cerberus likely to target. Hurry! Next checkpoint!
I can't believe I missed that. Alright. I do want to take a quick minute here and see if there's any goodies for me to pick up. I realize when it tells you something's about to break, you probably shouldn't go hunting for goodies, but...
Shepard, we might be able to go out that last checkpoint. The explosion opened a hole.
I know!
Shepard, get cracking. I'll try to draw some of their fire.
Shepard, last attack compromised security systems. Attempting to compensate.
Hang on. We're trying to get to you, Morton.
The enemy has fallen.
Javik actually sounds a little bit like a guy I know at work, and it's really weirding me out.
Cerberus just don't quit, do they?
The end of a cycle always marks the beginning of chaos.
Commander, stay back. Hostiles just down the hall.
Captain Kirihei?
It's Major now. Always hoped we would work together again.
Is there an easier way around?
You could say that.
Salarians know their weapons.
Go, Commander! I'll cover you!
So I do like the fact that sabotage gives me control of the weapon, but there is a certain point at which I want the thing to get destroyed.
We may be able to flank them.
Why would I need to flank them? Let me go.
The next checkpoint won't be far. Maybe we can beat Cerberus to it.
Wait, so if I can't open that...
I agree with Morden. Somebody told Cerberus about this. They arrived much too quickly.
Every war has its traitors. The enemy is persistent.
More up top! Front cover!
Stairs over there. They can give us the high ground.
Oddly enough, I don't feel like the high ground helps me against these guys. Well, I guess they do if I can get a shot over the shield, but...
Elevator malfunctioning, Shepard. Need assistance.
I'm headed up top!
Alright, squad. Trap the female at checkpoint 2. Take her out.
Until I see a health bar, I'm not going to worry about it.
Enemy still present. Pod under fire.
Take them out! Get them away from the female!
Break through those shields.
A lot more guys than I thought there'd be.
Enemy still present. Pod under fire.
That one was for Cranky.
Shepard, suspect Cerberus has cut power. Can't progress until you reroute emergency systems.
I think we'll continue without it. Oddly enough, I feel...
Concurus, wait! Another Cerberus squad.
Don't let them near the female! Keep up the primitive!
With pleasure.
Ah, damn it. I did not think there were two guys there.
Affinity for destruction intact, Shepard. Can clear us through now.
How you holding up?
Containment shield strong, but not designed for direct fire.
This isn't your problem, Commander. You don't know me.
But I'd like to. Hang in there. How many more checkpoints?
I did a melee
Just the
for you.
landing area. Hope not Rex still waiting.
Rex can't keep his hands off a fertile female. He'll be there.
Wait, is that a statement about Rex or a statement about the Krogan in general?
We found
Intel's on the way up to the landing area.
You pull this off, and maybe I'll start believing in you again.
We're almost back up top.
Shepard, they found us. Under heavy attack.
Damn.
Shepard. Outside launcher.
Right.
Need assistance. Containment shield weakening, Shepard. Right. Appears safe. Need final approval now, Shepard.
Not until I'm done looting, Morden. You know the rules.
Shepard, don't delay. Please.
Fine.
Shepard, you must authorize release. Pod then transfers to loading area.
Let's get you out of there.
Shepard, heads up! You've got incoming!
I thought that was Rex for a minute.
Shepard! I can't land until you deal with that thing. It's too dangerous. Krogan has been acquired.
Door is damaged. Can't get out.
Stay clear. I've got this.
Protect the Krogan, Shepard. She's vulnerable.
Can you handle this authority?
Just watch me!
Alright, let's see what we can do to strip. Oh. What do you think I am doing, Rex? Does Dark Channel even count?
We did it!
More enemies remain. Stay vigilant. I think you did it. Looks clear from here. I'm coming in now.
I mean, I generally like using snipers anyway. It's a slow fire rate, but it's one that I can manage. I just feel like a moron every time I fail to get a headshot.
You had me worried there for a minute.
Let's make this quick.
Let's get you out of there.
Call her Milady. Milady's like that.
I can handle myself, Rex.
Women.
Server's here. What do you want?
Glad we had this chat.
treaty between the Krogan and the Turians.
If I get Krogan boots on Palaven, the Turians promise me their support.
And how does Cerberus get involved?
I don't know. The elusive man is up to something.
Then keep them at bay. I can't overstate what a victory this treaty would be for the Alliance. We'll need all the help we can get.
How's the Prothean device coming?
Alliance R&D has officially begun construction. The team has dubbed it Project Crucible. We're throwing everybody who knows how to hold a hammer at it. This is going to be the most ambitious undertaking in human history.
Will we get it done?
I'm not saying it won't be a challenge, but our researchers tell me the designs are elegant, massive in scope, but strangely simple as well. We can do this, Shepard. You can do this. Never doubt that.
No, sir.
Good. Hack it out.
I've been trained on too many movies.
You have the female, Rex. A cure for the rest of your people can come later.
That wasn't the deal.
But Palaven needs your reinforcements now. We can't delay.
Unless every Krogan gets the cure, there's no alliance.
Morden, how long will it take to finish a cure?
Need to synthesize base antigen from female. Also requires healthy male Krogan tissue. We'll need a sample.
You're looking at it.
Acceptable. We'll need you to remain aboard Normandy for procedure.
Let's hope the food's gotten better.
I was going to say I've been trained too much on movies because I was... if you notice, so far as I can tell at least, in this game, the perspective has always been Commander Shepard. I know in the case of number 2, you would have these moments where you'd see the elusive man in his sort of his chambers. So as soon as I saw Hackett, striking a pose in front of the window, I kind of expected that there would be the, pan over to see the traitor who's been tipping off Cerberus, or possibly Hackett's the one himself, although that would not make any sense at all. But in this case, it's just, it's showing me the Crucible being built, or Project Crucible being built. So, like I said, I've been primed from too many movies, and this is clearly not a movie.
Formulating a cure that works for every Krogan sounds like a tall order, Morden. Can you do it?
Of course. Similar to Genophage modification project. Working against own alterations this time. Not as simple as garbage DNA blocking attachment sites. We'll need to counteract shutdown of redundant nervous system, adjust neurotransmitter levels.
Got it.
We'll create cure, Shepard. Don't need to worry.
Then get started, Morden, and make it quick.
Always do. We'll be in medbay if you'd like to speak more. Eve requires tests.
Eve?
Female's real name unknown. Normandy, a human vessel. Human mythology seemed appropriate under circumstances. Suggest speaking with her. New perspective. Surprising in Krogan.
Now, is there anything else?
There's a small matter concerning a ship we've lost contact with.
What happened?
I'd rather discuss it in private.
Turian problems can't even come close to what I've got.
What is it?
Some of my men went missing. The rest of it we can discuss somewhere else.
I'll find you both in the war room. Just be ready to talk.
I will admit, I'm a little annoyed at Rex for not following through. I mean, it's very clear that we put the effort into getting the cure. I'm not entirely sure I can be held responsible for how difficult it is to realize it, but on the other hand, it's not like the Krogan haven't been sort of jerked around on this before, so. Alright. Solarians. The Solarians bring cutting-edge warships and their best tactical minds to fight against the Reapers. Major Curie. Major Curie made his mark leading the Solarian Special Tasks Group that helped Commander Shepard stop Saren at Vermeer. Lauded by his superiors for his decisive leadership under fire, Curie was promoted and decorated with the prestigious Star of Surkesh. The Major continues to join missions with his men, believing that nothing substitutes for experience, and that the best tactical strategies are planned on the battlefield. So I didn't update my galactic readiness before going online, but I suspect it will not come into play at the moment.
Commander.
You said one of your ships had gone missing.
Crashed, actually. I couldn't speak in front of the Krogan. Our ship went down on Tuchanka. Now they're pinned by an advanced guard of Reapers scouting the planet.
What are your men doing there?
I'm sorry. That's classified. But it's vital they be rescued. They must complete their original mission. It's a matter of galactic peace.
I'll do what I can.
I appreciate your help and understanding.
Your men that crashed on Tuchanka, how many are there?
A platoon.
You said their mission was a matter of galactic peace. Why?
I'm sorry, Commander. As I said, it's highly classified.
Look, if you want me to put my ass on the line, I need answers.
I can't tell you. Please understand. The commander is Lieutenant Tarquin Victus. He'll be your contact.
Victus?
My son. I needed someone I could trust completely.
How are things on Palaven?
The casualty reports are staggering. The Reapers are using our own tactics against
I've heard this a couple of times before.
The same on Earth.
The strategist in me, my civilization.
The Krogan will make sure that doesn't happen.
Assuming you're successful with the cure.
We will be.
You have to be, Commander. I don't want to go down as history's last Primarch.
The Solarian Dalatrass worries about what the Krogan will do once they're cured. How do you feel?
It won't matter if we don't stop the Reapers. But I understand her doubts. The moon you found me on? That's where we made our last stand against the Krogan during the rebellions. They were that relentless.
How did it turn out?
The Krogan started using asteroids as weapons, directing them against our colonies. We had no choice. The genophage was our last resort. So yes, Krogan intentions after this war will be a serious concern, but I'd rather have a grateful ally than a resentful enemy.
Reaching out to the Krogan for help must be difficult for you.
We can't allow the mistakes of our past to cloud the future. Your race and mine were once enemies. The first contact war, as you call it. I was there, dodging shells fired by your navy. But look at us now, standing in a ship of Turian human design, working together.
That's all.
Of course, Commander.
All right, so I'm going to take a minute and catch up on some of the codices that I... Oh, actually, we have some recs. So I'll deal with recs first, and then I'll catch up on the codices I was going to start the stream with. And then I will see what dialogue options we have, and then head on to another mission.
Down on Surkesh, that was the old Shepard I remember. You laid it on the line for us. I guess you do still care about Krogan.
Are we good?
The genophage isn't cured yet, but I'm losing the urge to throw you out the airlock.
You said one of your squads is missing.
They were scouting out the Rachni relay. We've heard rumors of trouble in the area.
Rachni?
Thought that might get your attention. I have a favor to ask. It's big.
Don't tell me they're back.
All I know for sure is our scouts went silent as soon as they arrived. I've got Aralac Company, my best unit, on standby. You give the word, and I'll meet you there.
I'll see what I can do.
Get on it, Shepard.
What will you do after the genophage is cured?
Once we deal with the Reapers, most Krogan will want to settle a score with the Turians and Solarians. I won't let them. That isn't our path forward. This time will be different.
A lot of people will be relieved to hear that. No one wants to repeat history.
They know we probably win this time. But war has never brought us anything except misery. It's time to focus on rebuilding. Which, if you'd asked, I could have told you before you destroyed Malin's research, Shepard.
What's the situation back on Tuchanka?
I'm still getting scattered reports of Reaper forces arriving. Something big is brewing. I won't let those things take Tuchanka. Not when we're about to cure the genophage. My people have had enough bad luck in our time.
Back on Sirkesh, it looked like the female Krogan could hold her own.
Our females don't lack for spirit. For males, a good show of force sorts things out. But females like to talk about it. Then think about it. Then talk about it some more. No offense.
Believe it or not, we sometimes have good ideas, Rex. You should try listening.
Yeah, but our women have so many of them. So sometimes I pretend to listen and... Well, let's just say Krogan females have tempers too.
How could there be trouble with the Rachni? They were all but extinct. The last queen promised to disappear forever or be destroyed.
I know, I was there. I've got a bad feeling about this. It may not be Rachni, maybe it is. Could be another invasion. If they're crawling out from under some rock, you know how bad it could get. We need to stop them.
That's it for now, Rex. Let's get back to work.
Anytime. And Shepard, I like what you've done with the Normandy. Got tired of always hanging around the cargo bay before. I still don't have a window like Liara does, but it's progress. Wish I could knock some heads around with you, but duty calls. If the Solarian says my DNA is important, who am I to argue?
Yes, clearly you've held Solarian opinions in high regard in the recent past. All right, so priority Tuchanka. Eve is indeed the key to curing the genophage, but creating a cure will take time. Continue to assist Turian and Krogan allies in the fight against the Reapers while the cure is synthesized. Tuchanka Turian platoon. Primarch Victus reports that a Turian ship on a secret mission crashed on Tuchanka. Land on Tuchanka to rescue the platoon. And Attica Traverse, the Rachni, a Krogan scouting team has gone missing. While investigating rumors of activity at the Rachni relay. Investigate the missing team and find out what happened. All right, looks like we've got some extra entries, so...
Admiral Stephen Hackett. Dr. Morden Solis is a master geneticist and former operative for the Solarian Special Tasks Group. Dr. Solis is well known for his work in perpetuating the genophage, a biological weapon that almost completely sterilized the Krogan species. He eventually left the STG to open a clinic on Omega, where his combat skills kept the clinic safe and operational amid Omega's lawless society. In 2185, Commander Shepard recruited Dr. Solis to research the Collectors and the Reapers. He was a member of the Normandy crew that traveled beyond the Omega-4 relay to attack the Collectors. He survived the mission, but his current whereabouts are unknown.
I am kind of curious how the game would handle some of these. This is probably what the whole objective of this game is to deal with all of the different paths that could go down depending on who was lost and whatnot. I am a little curious how the game handles.
The John Grissom Academy, founded in 2176, is the Alliance's premier school for young human biotics. The institution is housed in a space station in orbit over the human colony of Elysium. Its main program, the Ascension Project, is designed both to train and monitor young biotics, as well as help them integrate into society after graduation. Unlike the project's previous incarnation, Biotic Acclimation and Temperance Training, or BAT, the training is not exclusively military in nature. The Academy also employs scientific personnel, including Dr. Kaylee Sanders, to develop synthetic intelligence systems and biotic amplifiers like the new L4 implants.
But yeah, I'm kind of interested in how the game handles certain figures missing or certain decisions made from the previous games. I have the drawback, of course, of only having played through the trilogy, not even once. I mean, obviously, number 3 this is my first time, so I haven't completed it yet. But obviously, Morden is a fairly major character who you definitely can lose in the previous game. So far as I can tell, you could lose him anyway. And more importantly, I'm not necessarily going to know all of these times where I made decisions that wound up being sort of significant and the effects are left. This is, I think, one of the things that's sort of interesting about Mass Effect, which is if you play it like I do, which is to sort of play it once and be done with it, you're going to have your experience. And then potentially someone who's also a fan of the series will have made different decisions from you, and you can talk with someone about the decisions that you made and how they turned out. But of course, this is also a very loved series, and so I'm sure there are people who have kind of gone through it a few different times to try out all the different permutations. But the more I think about all the potential angles that it can go down, I'm really not sure how many variations there are and what the major what the ones that seem fairly major to me, like basically how they work around it. Because like obviously for some games they just sort of find an easy enough way to sort of paper over it. But I don't know. I mean, just given the fact that when I've been playing, there have been a number of people, like a line of dialogue that I don't put a whole lot of significance on. Someone will say, it's like, oh, I'm glad that you did the X choice. The fact that people can identify decisions that I've made in the previous game simply by knowing it. I mean, it obviously tells me that people have been playing and replaying the game a whole lot, which I think is fine. I mean, like, I'll do it. I have my games that I like replaying as well. I've been talking about Civilization a lot because I've just, picked up Civilization 6 again. I've also been reading the Sid Meier memoir. I think the problem is that there's a lot of stuff I really agree with in the Sid Meier memoir, so that's one of the reasons I really like it. But yeah, I mean, just because it's not Mass Effect for me that I keep playing over and over again, doesn't mean I don't understand why people like doing all the variations.
Alternating between large oceans and land masses covered in flora, the Solarian homeworld Surkesh is known for its humid climate and lush vegetation. As with the rainforests that once covered Earth, the planet's many forests enjoy a rich biodiversity. The Solarian desire for intellectual stimulation drove them long ago to explore every aspect of their environment, developing ways to thrive without consequences detrimental to their habitat. The areas near major cities and industrial centers are meticulously maintained, with an eye towards ensuring that sunlight penetrates to the ground level, and that established paths through the jungle are kept clear for travel. Burngrass, a soil-enriching and adaptable weed native to Surkesh, has become a major export because of its value for terraforming.
With the benefit of hindsight, I'm a little curious about this. So I really like the look of this planet. I really like the cinematic beforehand, which gave you an idea of what the planet looked like. I was a little disappointed that the level itself felt a lot like some of the other ones. So, it wasn't all that different from, I think it's Ilium, the very free market planet. Because we spent so much of it underground and the outside parts, were quite covered. So I maybe didn't get a chance to appreciate the backgrounds and such. But I think given the fact, I believe, after number 3, the team that wound up doing Andromeda was a different group than sort of the group that did this. And then I think sort of the main, at least insofar as there's continuity, because obviously people change jobs, people move to different studios and such. But I think the people who worked on this wound up working on Anthem. And when I kind of take a look at this environment, and particularly the references to waterfalls, both in the image as well as the dialogue, I sort of wonder if maybe either this was, something that was in their mind. This little bit of Anthem wound up in Mass Effect 3, or maybe somebody said, I really want to develop this planet more, and this kind of wound up being a starting point. Or, I mean, again, just because you've got a beautiful planet with waterfalls doesn't necessarily mean that, that's obviously a pretty tenuous connection. But I don't know, there's a side of me, there were just enough little visual hints in that make me wonder whether or not this is just something that was sort of sitting in the air, or at least there was sort of enough of a touch on it that there's a little connection.
Biotics is the ability of rare individuals to manipulate dark energy and create mass effect fields through the use of electrical impulses from the brain. Intense training and surgically implanted amplifiers are necessary for a biotic to produce mass effect fields powerful enough for practical use. The relative strength of biotic abilities varies greatly among species and with each individual. There are 3 branches of biotics. Telekinesis uses mass-lowering fields to levitate or impel objects. Mass-raising kinetic fields are used to block or pin objects. Distortion uses rapidly shifting mass fields to shred objects. Most organic species are capable of developing biotic abilities, though there are risks involved. Biotics are the result of in utero exposure to element 0. This usually causes fatal cancers in the victim, but in rare cases it coalesces into nodules within the fetus's developing nervous system.
I'll put it to you this way. I'll at least go up to Metagel here. Depending on how many more entries there are, I'll try and clear out technology, but after that I'll move to secondary, because I definitely prefer reading these rather than listening to them.
When subjected to an electrical current, the rare material dubbed Element 0, or EZO, emits a dark energy field that raises or lowers the mass of all objects within it. This mass effect is used in countless ways, from generating artificial gravity to manufacturing high-strength construction materials. It is most prominently used to enable faster-than-light space travel. EZO is generated when solid matter, such as a planet, is affected by the energy of a star going supernova. The material is common in the asteroid debris that orbits neutron stars and pulsars. These are dangerous places to mine, requiring extensive use of robotics, telepresence, and shielding to survive the incredible radiation from the dead star. Only a few major corporations can afford the setup costs required to work these primary sources. Humanity discovered refined Element 0 at the Prothean Research Station on Mars, allowing them to create mass effect fields and develop FTL travel. Element 0 can increase or decrease the mass of a volume of space-time when subjected to an electrical current. With a positive current, mass is increased. With a negative current, mass is decreased. The stronger the current, the greater the magnitude of the dark energy mass effect. In space, low-mass fields allow FTL travel and inexpensive surface-to-orbit transit. High-mass fields create artificial gravity and push space debris away from vessels. In manufacturing, low-mass fields permit the creation of evenly blended alloys, while high-mass compaction creates dense, sturdy construction materials. The military makes extensive use of mobility-enhancing technologies, with Mass Effect utilizing fighting vehicles standard frontline issue in most military forces. Mass Effect fields are also essential in the creation of kinetic barriers or shields to protect against enemy fire. Once believed to be of Prothean origin, mass relays were in fact created by the Reapers, using technology far beyond that of other living species. The enormous structures, scattered throughout the stars, create corridors of virtually mass-free space. This allows instantaneous transit between locations normally separated by years or even centuries, using conventional FTL drives. Primary mass relays can propel ships thousands of light years. The flight path, however, is fixed to a single relay elsewhere in the galaxy. By contrast, secondary relays, while only capable of propelling ships a few hundred light years, can reach any other relay within their limited range. Many primary relays lie dormant, their destinations not yet known. These relays are often left inactive on purpose, as established civilizations are unwilling to blindly open a passage that might connect them to a new hostile species. The Reapers do not share the same concern and freely use the dormant relays. Metagel is a common medicinal salve used by paramedics, EMTs, and military personnel. It combines several useful applications: a local anesthetic, disinfectant, and clotting agent all in one. Once applied, the gel is designed to grip tight to flesh until subjected to a frequency of ultrasound. It is sealable against liquids, most notably blood, as well as contaminants and gases. The gel is a genetically engineered bioplasm created by the CERTA Foundation, a medical technology megacorp based on Earth. Technically, Metagel violates Council laws against genetic engineering, but so far it has proved far too useful to ban.
I also kind of wonder about this. Oh man, there's three. I think I'm going to go for it. I also kind of have to wonder about how often the Solarians violate that, because there definitely seem to be some shenanigans going on.
Omni-tools are handheld devices that combine a computer microframe, sensor analysis pack, and manufacturing fabricator. Versatile and reliable, an Omni-tool can be used to analyze and adjust the functionality of most standard equipment, including weapons and armor, from a distance. The fabrication module can rapidly assemble small three-dimensional objects from common, reusable industrial plastics, ceramics, and light alloys. This allows for field repairs and modifications to most standard items, as well as the reuse of salvaged equipment. Omni-tools are standard issue for soldiers and first-in colonists. The Mars archives describe a superweapon that the Alliance has named the Crucible, which exploits the technology of Mass Effect relays. Beyond the basic principles, however, researchers know little about how the weapon actually works. One popular theory suggests that since relays can transfer matter and energy across the galaxy with little regard for distance, it may be possible to create a weapon for which range is barely a factor. Duplicating the advanced science used to build the relays has proven difficult, however. If the Crucible were completed, the challenge would become tuning the weapon to kill a Reaper halfway across the galaxy without inflicting unthinkable levels of collateral damage. What is clear is that the Crucible's construction is a massive effort, drawing resources from throughout explored space. Staggering financial costs have been disregarded in the common effort to create something, anything, that can stop the Reapers.
So I don't know if you heard me stifling the laugh, but I have to admit that this bit here immediately made me think I think probably most of you will have seen the movie Men in Black, the Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones one. And for those of you that haven't, there's this scene where he's looking at a bunch of sort of items that have been confiscated from alien visitors to Earth. And there's this, it's kind of like a super ball. Like, you know, there's those little rubber balls that you just drop them and they have this very high elasticity, so they, you know, they'll tend to bounce very high and very rapidly. So this thing just goes, you know, bouncing around the headquarters, destroying every glass, coffee mug, lamp, and piece of glass in the area. It's obviously a hilarious scene that I am describing in the least funny way possible. But for those of you that have seen that scene, and it's not that hard to find on YouTube, this is exactly what I thought.
The genophage bioweapon was created to end the Krogan rebellions. The Turians fought the Krogan to a standstill, but the sheer weight of Krogan numbers indicated they could not be stopped through conventional means. The Turians collaborated with the Solarians to engineer a genetic counter to the Krogan's rapid breeding. The genophage virus replicated by eating key genetic sequences, altering every cell of Krogan physiology, so the Krogan could not use gene therapy to fix the affected tissues. Once a genophage strain could replicate no more, it would starve and die, limiting mutation and contamination. In addition, the created genetic flaw is hereditary. The resulting mutation made only 1 in 1,000 Krogan pregnancies carry to term, reducing offspring viability rather than fertility. Krogan warlords fought battles over the females able to carry children to term. The release of the genophage is still controversial and bitterly debated in many circles.
Oops. All right. So sorry if that was a bit longer than expected, but we only have 2 more to go through and then whatever gets added. So I will do some secondary codices. These ones I don't feel as bad about because I'm actually adding something by talking about them, but I won't spend too much longer because I know I definitely lose a lot of people when I do these. But it is, to me, this is playing Mass Effect, learning about the world. So Mercenaries, the Blue Suns. Founded by notorious Batarian slaver Solem Dalsera, the Blue Suns began as a Skyllian Verge protection racket providing genuine protection from slavers and pirates. Eventually captured by the system's Alliance Navy, Dalsera beat almost 24 charges to be convicted on a single count of conspiracy. The slaver benefited from the tutelage of cellmate and brilliant con artist Bernard Legit's Ledger. Upon release 5 years later, Dalsera incorporated Blue Suns as a legal security agency. Today, the Blue Suns boast a galaxy-wide force of Batarians, Turians, humans, and Krogan. Each deployment is backed by a logistics corps selling everything from heavy weapons to shaving cream. Despite claims that Blue Suns sells its captives as slaves, no Blue Suns employee has ever been convicted on such charges. Many Blue Suns members sport the company logo in tattoo form, removed during assignments and reapplied at mission end. Nice little touch there about technology, too. The Eclipse, brainchild of the Asari commando Jonas Sideris, Eclipse was incorporated as a proactive security company. Influenced by Asari and Solarian military doctrine, Eclipse specializes in sabotage, assassination, and personal and organizational security. Although Citadel governments regard the corporation with suspicion, it's embraced in the Skyllian Verge and Terminus systems. Early on, Sideris sought government contracts to establish market share against the better-established Blue Suns. Her agency scored a galactic PR coup by retaking several space stations captured by the Anner People's Liberation Army and neutralizing its leaders, a victory Eclipse's marketing department never ceases trumpeting. Based on Omega Station, Eclipse controls nearly 20% of the asteroid's real estate. Its services range from mech repair to open warfare, although assassination is reserved for meeting wider, longer-term company goals. For instance, preemptive strikes against pirates rather than murdering spouses for insurance money. Despite numerous reports, Eclipse denies sabotaging or kidnapping business rivals. Cranky says, best scene is Jay's tour of the base will always be Kay shows a large intimidating weapon series for deatomizer, holsters weapon, and then produces the tiny pistol to Jay, noisy cricket. I like that one. Obviously, the other really great one, and again, for those of you who haven't seen Men in Black, I highly recommend checking out the... well, first of all, checking out the movie. It's old, but it's worth watching. But I also really like there's like a whole testing scene where the Will Smith character has to go in with a bunch of sort of military, very, very decorated and otherwise impressive candidates to, to qualify for this secretive organization. And they do a really, it's a really well done scene. Oddly enough, actually, one of the reasons why I think so Men in Black is kind of worth watching for a couple of reasons too. It's directed by a director named Barry Sonnenfeld, who actually got his start as a cinematographer. I believe he worked on one of the earlier Coen Brothers movies. I'm pretty sure he was the cinematographer for Miller's Crossing, which is rarer. Like it's common to see cinematographers for TV shows direct an episode, because I mean they're usually responsible for the continuity of the series anyway. And I've definitely seen some, maybe from commercials do the jump. But I'll be honest, there's not as many as you might think, that I know of at least, that sort of do the jump. The only other one that immediately comes to memory is Wally Feister, who used to work with Christopher Nolan a lot. So he did, I think their collaboration started in Memento, and I believe the last film that they did was not Dunkirk. I think it was Interstellar, or it may not even, no, it was Hoyt de Hoytema that did Interstellar. I think it's Inception, and I think Feister might have won an Academy Award for that one. Anyways, he's moved on to directing now. So I don't believe he does cinematography anymore. But yeah, it's I personally I would have kind of expected the crossover to happen a bit more often. The only other one I can think of, someone who sort of got into directing from a previous profession, and a very famous one, was David Lean, who was a very capable editor, but then of course went to, did excellent adaptations of Charles Dickens books, but obviously Lawrence of Arabia is probably his better known one. But yeah, Barry Sonnenfeld also did the Addams Family movies. Well, I guess there's more than one Addams Family movie now, but the one that had like Raul Julia as Gomez Addams. All right, Mercenaries, the Blood Pack. Originally a small Terminus Systems Vorcha gang, the Blood Pack was transformed into a legion by visionary Krogan battlemaster Ganar Rang. Exiled for striking a female in anger, Rang obsessed over reclaiming his lost status. Leading the Vorcha Pack as a pirate crew, Rang cultivated recruits in infamy for a decade before incorporating his fighters as a security company across the Skyllian Verge. His notoriety ensured his initial public offering for investors made him rich beyond most Krogan's dreams. Rang returned triumphantly to his clan, rallying elders, Krogan hordes, and their firepower and biotic support towards professional violence in the Terminus systems. Banned from Citadel space, the Blood Pack bribes its way through spaceports into armed conflicts across the galaxy. Priding themselves for accepting otherwise untouchable contracts, the Blood Pack rejects bodyguarding and security in favor of cases requiring minimal oversight and maximal violence. I also sometimes wonder, too, because obviously BioWare is a Canadian company, some of the discussions about how, the roles of female Krogan in society, I sometimes wonder how much The Handmaid's Tale influenced some of the decisions of that. It's not to suggest that it's like an adaptation of The Handmaid's Tale, but obviously, like, I don't know how well known that book is in the States, before the Hulu series, obviously. Although there was a movie that was made before that as well. I think Atwood wrote that in the 80s. But I definitely was familiar with Margaret Atwood before the TV series came out, and I don't think I was assigned it in school. I have to admit, I was not the most disciplined in some of the English classes, so I'd sometimes not do the required reading. But I do know it's something that is assigned, and there is an effort to try and do Canadian literature, so things like Robertson Davies. I actually kind of wish we did more Stephen Leacock. I quite like him, but it's one of these things where, because the origins of a particular game, you sometimes wonder if there are other cultural influences that sort of leak through. All right, technology, artifacts. The Citadel Council has called for the immediate donation of Prothean artifacts to bolster the war effort, primarily items of Reaper origin and recordings of their attacks. The Exogeny Corporation set an example by donating a store of newly discovered paleotechnology and releasing the data archives of deep space research colonies destroyed by the Reapers. Several private collectors have since stepped forward to donate the entirety of their collections. But despite an offer of amnesty to anyone concealing such artifacts, not everyone has responded as the Council hoped. Several artifacts have been found in obscure underground markets on safe haven worlds, presumably sold by newly arrived refugees who needed funds to survive. Reports say that smugglers continue to sell stolen artifacts, and armed raids on archaeological sites have rendered even legal operations extremely hazardous. After several reports of mercenary groups turning on archaeologists who hired them, Elena's Risk Control Services began offering security details for archaeological sites at considerably reduced rates. Computer's artificial intelligence. An artificial intelligence is a self-aware computing system capable of learning and independent decision-making. Creation of a conscious AI requires adaptive code, a slow, expensive education, and a specialized quantum computer called a blue box. An AI cannot be transmitted across a communication channel or a computer network. Without its blue box, an AI is no more than data files. Loading these files into a new blue box will create a new personality, as variations in the quantum hardware and runtime results create unpredictable variations. That's a nice little touch, actually. The Geth serve as a cautionary tale against the dangers of rogue AI, and in Citadel space, they are technically illegal. Advocacy groups argue, however, that an AI is a living, conscious entity deserving of the same rights as organics. They argue that continued use of the term artificial is an institutionalized racism on the part of organic life. The term synthetic is considered the politically correct alternative. and virtual intelligence. A virtual intelligence is an advanced form of user interface software. VIs use a variety of methods to simulate natural conversation, including an audio interface and an avatar personality to interact with. Although VI can provide a convincing emulation of sentience, they are not self-aware, nor can they learn or take independent action. VIs are used as operating systems on commercial and home computers. I really need to sneeze, but there we go. Sorry about that. VIs are used as operating systems on commercial and home computers. Minimal VI agents are also available. Agents are compact and specialized. Some serve as personal secretaries, filtering calls, or in scheduling meetings based on user-defined priorities. Others are advanced search engines propagating themselves across the extranet to collect user-requested data. Commercial VIs and a variety of stock personalities are available at any software retailer. Boutique firms and hobbyists also build unique VIs to personal specification. Although software emulation of living personalities is illegal, reconstructions of famous historical figures are common. So I would normally want to do more, but we have a nice little alignment here. We've got the Reaper War, and then we'll be doing the Reapers next. So I will take the next batch of codices to sort of carry that common thread.
You think Solarians would have a base on their homeworld secured better?
Nah, they were solid. Cerberus has Reaper tech. Compared to those upgrades, the Solarians might as well have been throwing rocks.
It's kind of neat to hear the commentary on the last mission.
Commander, we've got new reports of Cerberus activity on Tuchanka. I've marked it on the galaxy map. Commander, nice to see you again.
How are you settling in, Trainer?
I actually feel somewhat useful. It's been challenging to integrate data feeds for the War Summit.
How are the systems holding?
Well, I'm glad we performed stress tests.
Specialist Trainer has been extremely helpful. The accuracy of our war room data is a direct result of her work.
Thank you, Edie. I'm still getting used to all of this. In the lab, we'd hoard everything, piles of tech everywhere. Out here, it's like living out of a shoebox.
Life on an active ship always feels crowded at first. You'll get used to it.
Oh, it's not a bad thing. I've got no problems getting cozy. This is wonderful. Back in the lab, we had to hoard because we had no budget. Now, Edie, Ariake Tech uses a proprietary smart processing algorithm that could clean up our long-range data. Can we license it?
We can. Analyzing and applying the upgrade now. The algorithm should reduce long-range strategic combat data analysis time by 3%.
Impressive.
If it means getting the equipment I need, I can quite happily live out of a shoebox.
I quite like this character.
Commander, I've set up a secure communications with the Turian and Solarian governments and added their combat data to our boards. Hopefully it'll give us some idea of what's going on.
All right, let's see if we've got messages. Holding the line from Major Carre. Commander, it was a pleasure seeing you again on Surkesh, even if the circumstances were less than ideal. It seems fate has decided our meetings coincide with galactic threats. So be it. To that end, I wanted to reiterate that STG will be there to help when the need arises, regardless of the political climate. You were there for us in our hour of need. We look forward to returning the favor. Best of luck, Major Carre, 3rd Infiltration Regiment, 3rd Special Tasks Group. In an alert, new article on indoctrination from Alliance News Network Information Partners. Thessia, Asari scientist Rana Thanoptis has died in custody, allegedly committing suicide after she was arrested for the murder of multiple Asari military officials. Prior to her death, investigators said that Thanoptis spoke of voices in her head, which they believed to be indicative of her indoctrination. The voices foretold the ascension of the Asari and told Thanoptis that anyone fighting the Reapers needed to die. Thanoptis worked on a top-secret project for former Spectre Saren Arterius several years ago, where she likely became indoctrinated. She received a pardon from the Asari government in exchange for providing research assistance on Reaper technology. Thanoptis was believed responsible for planting a makeshift explosive device that detonated at a research center, killing 5 visiting Asari military officials along with 4 civilians. The attack seriously wounded a dozen more and caused significant damage to the facility. Investigators say they are not seeking any more suspects in the case. You know, I don't think I ever actually talked with Garrett, or maybe I did.
The Turians really should get behind the Alliance. They've got so much in common, like shooting things and not wanting to
die. No, that's about it. So, bringing the Krogan to a war summit went well? You want me to invite the Batarians too? Or the Vorcha?
Building alliances is the only way we stand a chance against the Reapers.
Yeah, but the Krogan? I'd feel better if we had a tighter plan, like time travel or teaching the Reapers to love. Still, good to have Morden back. The bad guys shouldn't get the monopoly on mad scientists.
It is good you came by. I have questions about the genophage.
You and everyone else.
What do you need, Edie? A Krogan female of breeding age can produce clutches of up to 1,000 fertilized eggs over the course of a year. There are over 1 billion females on Tuchanka. If even 1% become fully fertile, they can birth 10 billion infants. On Earth, bugs have a lot of young too. Most of them die. The attrition rate would naturally be high, but the state has an interest in keeping the children alive for warfare purposes. Any other cheerful thoughts? Logistics. Even were they to side with us, transporting the Krogan to the battlefields of Palaven could prove difficult. They have been demilitarized. That is, they have no warships. What do you suggest? They will need Turian or civilian starships to carry them to battle. With your permission, I will make the necessary calls to have these ships in place for when you deliver the Krogan. Do it. Anything else? Food. They will be unable to eat anything on Palaven. They must bring their own or rely on the nutrients in their humps. This keeps getting better and better. The Krogan will also require sedatives, since Krogan fight with others of their kind in enclosed spaces such as starships. Make it happen. Are there any last things you're worried about? Nothing that demands your attention, Shepard. Morden sent me a nicely crafted message. It seems he recalls our conversations about the Solarian equivalent of transhumans. If I could, I'd stop you right there. Transhumans have some of their brain's abilities, such as memory, supplemented or entirely replaced by cybernetics. Legal definitions vary from planet to planet. The Solarians embrace the concept. Humans have diverse and contentious opinions. Do my implants make me a transhuman? That would be telling. What? I'm sorry. That was a joke. You are fully human. Cerberus extensively reconstructed you, but your brain functions are organic. Don't ever do that again.
Commander?
Hello, Shepard.
I'm still trying to get a little bit of a read as to when there's going to be sort of new information that comes up in some of these. I don't actually remember if I wound up having the conversation with everyone before, so I'm going to head to... Actually, you know what? I want to see my fish. So we're going to take a few minutes on deck, but I'll try and keep it quick. Looks like I still need a few models. I actually really like collecting the models. I thought that might be a dead one, but I think that's just a reflection. No squeak? There it is. That green button always gives me... I mean, I'm assuming it closes the window, but it always gives me a... I feel the impulse to push it.
I can't imagine anything so traumatic. You sure you're okay, Karen?
I wouldn't wish a collector abduction on my worst enemy. But it's behind me now. I'm fine. But it makes me think of Earth and all the other Reaper-occupied worlds. What are the Reapers doing to the people who live on all those worlds? As we sit here, enjoying our coffee. How many souls are in agony this very moment? Millions? Billions? Oh, Greg. I lied. I'm not fine.
You sure that's coffee you're drinking?
Hello, Commander.
Everything okay in the medbay?
Yes. Morden would just like some space to work with Eve.
He kicked you out?
Oh, no. I just felt I was getting in his way. I'll return when I'm needed.
That tone shifted really quick.
Aware Krogan females find scars attractive. Garrus loyal, reasonably intelligent, bit aggressive, almost like Krogan.
For the third time, Doctor, I'm not interested.
Ah, Shepard. We were just...
Are you okay?
I'm fine, Rex. You can relax.
Can't be too careful, or put any faith in Solarian doctors.
This one is different.
Is he? What's that?
Simple blood test.
What kind?
Kind that ends the genophage. Shepard, please. Distraction's counterproductive, also affecting comfort of patient.
He was your inside source, Rex. You can trust him.
Solarians have minds like a maze. You never know when they're leading you into a trap.
Trap? Eve's release my doing. Would never have known about her if not for me.
That was then. But she's out now. And if she gets hurt, I'll feel it.
Understand. But my patient, my responsibility. Her welfare a priority. Will not allow her to be compromised by anyone.
You got a quad, Doctor. Keep her safe. Our females have endured enough.
Don't forget, still need your tissue sample.
I'll be back.
Common phobia. Fear of needles.
Or Solarian doctors.
A word when you have a moment, Shepard.
One thing I actually really like about the Solarians...
With an inhibitor. No. Entire catalyzing process would fail. Severe neurological damage. Never mind.
What are you talking about?
Method to extract functional cure without killing you. Many variables. Your immune system compromised. Considering options.
And you have to do it out loud?
Yes. Auditory learner. Need to hear self think. Simulate conversation to promote new ideas. Maximize productivity.
But you're talking about me dying.
Oh, apologies. Medical details causing emotional distress. I hadn't considered effect on patient.
No, it just means I can't sleep.
Doing my best to keep you alive. Will avoid sensitive subjects.
I'm just going to go into the other room so I don't have to hear incidental dialogue. So I don't know if I mentioned this in the previous ones, but one of the touches I really like about the Solarians is, you know, the game makes a very heavy emphasis on the idea of the Solarians being short-lived and how that has an effect just in terms of their overall structure, their speech patterns, a little bit of everything. But one of the things I specifically like about the writing is sort of the omission of unnecessary words in the sentence. So it's obviously not grammatical, but it's very consistent with the way that you might imagine a species that is very conscious about its short lifespan. What I particularly like, though, is that it doesn't necessarily translate into... So, like, one way you can kind of go very hard on a trait like that would be that all excess is removed. So the idea here is that it's they just become such efficient thinkers that every sentence is, perfectly formed in its shortened version. But Mordrin is not like that. And I haven't spent enough time with some of the other characters to really notice the details, so it might just be a function of his personality. But what you have is this creative species. Mordrin is a scientist. So you get the idea of lots of trial and error. It's not that they're perfectly efficient thinkers in the sense of every idea that they have is a good one, but the things that they do control in terms of how they express their ideas is as economical as they can, that they don't necessarily worry about certain articles, they don't necessarily worry about certain characteristics that we would consider to be proper sentence structure. At no point is any of the dialogue hard to understand, but what you have is an efficiency over the transmission of the ideas, but the inefficiency that's consistent with sort of the search process. And so in some ways you can almost see the Solarians as being, if you've ever taken computer science, if you've done like a data structures and algorithms course, you can almost sort of see their thought pattern as being some of the search algorithms that you use. So lots of different ideas, and what they're trying to do is fail fast on the ideas that are not productive, as opposed to it being some sort of super intelligence that that always allows them to have good ones. And it's just one of these things that I think is a nice touch. And in the simplest way, you can see that Solarian, the species of the characteristics of the species is communicated through the way that they speak. And I mean, this isn't the only type of species where they do that, but it's the one that probably I picked up on and really enjoyed the most in the previous games.
Thank you for saving my life, Commander. I didn't think the Krogan had any allies left in the galaxy.
We owe a lot to you, even if most people have forgotten that.
They can be forgiven. Our actions have hardly inspired friendship.
Part of being friends is knowing each other's name. I feel bad that I don't know yours.
I surrendered it the day I became a shaman of the female clan. I belong to my sisters now. But perhaps one day, when this is over, you can know it.
I didn't realize the Krogan had female shamans.
Wisdom comes from pain, and the genophage has made us very wise. Rather than surrender to despair, a few of us chose to preserve the ancient ways. We safeguard our culture, our knowledge, our secrets. So when our children live again, the Krogan will flourish.
How were you initiated?
You're locked in a cave for 7 days with just enough food to last. On the 8th, you'll starve.
What does that prove?
Your resolve. Every acolyte is given a chance. You either claw your way out through the rock with your bare hands, or you die.
How did you make it out alive?
I started digging the wrong way. I was in complete darkness. Nothing other than my own heartbeat to sustain me.
What happened?
I found this. A simple crystal, but it became my chisel. Take it as a reminder, Commander. In the darkest hour, there is always a way out.
That's a brutal initiation.
But an illuminating one. You learn to appreciate the light by living in the dark.
What do you think of Rex?
When he's not trying to sire half of Tuchanka, he's the best thing that's happened to the Krogan. But I won't tell him that. His head's big enough already. Literally.
He's turned into a strong leader.
I know in his heart Rex wants what's best for us. Though not all the other clans see it that way.
Why would the other clans give Rex trouble? You'd think they'd want a better future.
It's not in the nature of our males to cooperate. They've evolved to be selfish. Their only concern is survival. Rex is different. He's a mutant. And that you can tell him.
Do you think Rex will want revenge for the genophage?
Some clans will expect it, but I hope Rex resists. He understands the cycle of violence must end if Krogan are ever to have a voice in galactic politics. Still, he's just one Krogan. If enough clans demand it, he may not be able to stop them.
If you don't mind me asking, what's it been like living with the genophage?
I knew sisters who couldn't bear the shame of being infertile. They would wander off into the wastelands, hoping a thresher maw would kill them and end their torment.
Did the thought ever cross your mind?
Yes. After my first stillborn.
What kept you from ending your own life?
When my child didn't draw breath, that's when my life truly began. The genophage forces us to live on hope alone. There is nothing else. There is no reason to exist other than the hope that the next day will bring change. And if it doesn't, there is always the next.
They do a really good job. It's a challenge with a character like this. This is true for any filmed entertainment. It's not just games, but obviously when you have a character that's basically sitting under a few, meters of carpet, it looks like, it's really hard to have expressions, right? If you have a character who primarily has a mask on, you're not necessarily going to see a lot of emotion. It's particularly hard when you've got the eyes covered. Though, I mean, in some cases, it's, there's different figures. So if you think of the agents in the Matrix, because you can see their faces, you tend to see, even though the sunglasses have sort of covered the eyes, you tend to be able to see sufficient emotion. Obviously, the Agent Smith character, takes off his glasses in another number of scenes, and in a lot of them they do tend to be ones where he needs to express other emotions. And then, I mean, I suppose you can maybe take the example of Mortal Kombat, but I'm not really sure if Scorpion and Sub-Zero ever really express anything other than being pissed off all the time, so I don't know if that's a good example. But here they do a fairly good job of making Eve emotive, even though really you can kind of only see her eyes.
How do you think things will change after the genophage is cured?
Our species will find its balance again. Females will help shape the future, like in the ancient days, before we were just pawns of power-hungry males.
Most seem hell-bent on shooting anything that looks at them wrong.
What else is there for them to do? Because of the genophage, they become wandering killers, seeking targets to justify their existence, excuses to earn them honor.
The other thing I was going to say too, again, just trying to think of potential cultural influences for this game, some of what she's talking about in terms of being a shaman for her species, I really don't know what the story is in terms of the United States, but one thing that Canada has been sort of wrestling with in terms of its past are these not traditions, but like this history of things such as the residential schools. This is where, Indigenous children were taken from their parents. And I mean, part of it, so what happened at the schools is absolutely appalling. But of course, some of the intention to it is to sort of uproot them from their culture and put them into basically a different way of thinking, sort of the removal of an identity. And so, again, it's a challenge here to sort of know exactly what the intentions were in terms of the creation, but you do sort of get this idea of these figures who are, attempting to try and preserve a culture in the face of an incredibly hostile environment towards that. So, obviously in the case of Mass Effect, you have races that say, the genophage was a good thing, and there is nothing to be valued in terms of Krogan. First of all, the Krogan culture doesn't exist, and even if it did, it would be something that we'd be fully justified in eradicating. And of course, you have these characters who are trying to preserve that culture in the face of tremendous adversity, and so seemingly the deck being stacked against them. So it's difficult territory to cross, obviously, because you want to be sensitive about it. But again, it's one of these things I like to sort of think about, and I'll never get the full answer. Like, I suppose if I sit down with a writer and say, what was your intentions in writing this? But in terms of Canadian stories or things that might be influencing these ideas, obviously there's a very long tradition in science fiction of dealing with subjects that maybe the audience isn't ready to hear about in its more direct form. And in the case of science fiction, you're able to sort of wrap it up into something that maybe people find a little bit more palatable. And so in some cases here, you can see with Eve, potentially a Canadian story in the sense of a group that has not really had their voice being heard. And to a certain, it's hard even now to say that they're necessarily getting their due. We do have things like the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and it seems like there is just a broader conversation that is being had. But I don't really think I'm in a position to say whether or not the progress is fast enough or moving forward enough. But these sorts of things do interest me, right? Like, they're, in the end, you're going to have certain influences to a story, both conscious and unconscious. And it's always interesting to see stories that are more than just, here's an amalgamation of different different science fiction stories that I've seen together, and I just kind of put them in a blender and produce something more interesting. So yeah, it's definitely not I certainly don't mean to imply that Uncle Cranky here is talking about the Stolen Generations in Australia. And of course, being half Australian, I now have, I have two sets of colonial ancestry to reconcile with, because I certainly do not have any of the genetics to suggest I was anything but part of the bad guys in these stories. But I don't know when my family came into Canada, but obviously I have the benefits of a particularly unjust history. But yeah, it's maybe important when what Cranky's pointing out. It's not. I certainly don't mean to suggest that it's an exclusively Canadian story. But it's interesting. Like I said, it's hard to tell whether or not this sort of stuff is being marked particularly by, like, again, it's hard. I think it probably would never be the case that a writer sits down and says, this is exactly what I had in mind when I was writing this. But there is always that side of me that sort of wonders if this is, if there's a little bit of the, so the fact that this was made by a company that was founded in Edmonton, and so, has a particular perspective and will have a particular cultural heritage, it always sort of makes me wonder where the signs of Canadian craftsmanship are. Beyond the fact that, of course, it's a very well-designed game.
How's Morden been treating you?
Better than Krogan males do. He's not like a typical Solarian.
No. Organ redundancy results in new period before metaphase. Can't alter that. Damage to telomeres, premature aging.
He does that.
But I sense pain in him, too. He told me about his work on the genophage. I should consider him an enemy. Yet I think seeing my sisters and I changed something in him.
Sorry, Borgia, offspring have an allergy to dairy and...
Well, it wasn't his ear. Thanks for talking to me.
It's my pleasure, Commander. I'm glad to see humans treat their women with respect. Your people have placed a lot of responsibility on you.
No more than your people have put on you.
Then maybe we can show the men how it's done.
Deal.
Shepard, blood work complete. Indicates significant stress on Eve's system. Currently stable, but lack of Malin's research data. Problematic.
There's nothing we can do about that now.
No.
I hate to ask this, but will it affect the cure?
No, cure will remain viable, but Eve's long-term prognosis, doubtful.
Do what you can for her.
Of course.
Have you determined why she's immune?
Genophage targeted hormone production during pregnancy. Modification project used same modality. Her immunity, totally different. Targeted glands now obsolete, like human appendix. Other glands mutated to produce proper hormones, enable viable birth. Also explains her weakness. Gland substitution imperfect. Health trouble.
You think you can make this work for all Krogan?
Yes. We'll use Eve's tissue to produce mutagen, alter gland function across entire species. Must improve mutagen as well, tune hormone production. Long-term illness for all Krogan otherwise.
Wishing we'd saved the data?
Pointless to consider. Correct decision at the time.
Even if it would have helped now?
Recrimination's useless. Data lost. Have to deal with consequences. Would like more data, yes. Would make it easier to save Eve, but destroyed it. Tainted source, too dangerous, I thought.
Any word on Malin himself? Maybe he could help reconstruct the data.
No. Ordered teams to search for him when trying to help Eve. Nothing so far. Large galaxy, lots of places to hide. Could already be dead for all we know. Would kill him now if possible, unless he could help.
This is another interesting thing, of course, is that you would not expect Solarians to have a whole lot of time for regret, which, interesting on it, on its own. If you have a, when I'm trying to come up with sympathy for the representative at the council, like I said, I didn't find the argument for not helping the Krogan to be particularly well put. But I think there is something to be said for the fact that, species like the Solarians are probably not going to feel a whole lot of regret. And so, I think this is kind of why a game like this, which has different species and tries to draw them in interesting ways, obviously galactic diplomacy is very very tricky when you have these, these incredibly disparate views. So like just, so just because I didn't find them persuasive enough doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have, very passionately held beliefs. Obviously the Krogans are a threat. I think the game makes the decision a little bit easier for you. I'd be interested, again, I can't do the multiple paths in a single playthrough. I wonder if the game always makes you feel better about the decision that you made, just so you don't spend too much time dwelling on it. So I don't know if you say, the Krogan are too dangerous to support, if there's something that Rex does to make you sort of feel like the decision was justified. But yeah, I mean, like, a lot of decisions that I've made have definitely been based on what I think is the right call. But clearly on reflection, there's going to be, there's going to be a little bit more nuance than I sometimes give the game credit for. One thing that weirds me out about this angle, and as the guy got closer, it's maybe a little more apparent, but like, if you take a look at that, it looks like a water machine just over Shepard's shoulder. So it'd be her right shoulder, but it's on the far left of the screen. That's out of focus. If you look at the guy in the background, when he leans forward, he gets a little, or maybe it's the other way around. Like maybe when he leans forward, he's a little sharper in focus, and when he leans back, he's a little more in focus. It's so weird to see just these different focuses at certain points. I don't know if the med lab also has different, but like it's odd. The focus kind of seems to be in different places. Like these different planes shouldn't really be so sharp.
So the end.
Sorry, it weirds me out.
Not my means.
But you're using the data, encouraging more experiments like Malin's.
Encouragement irrelevant. Will always be scientists willing to perform unethical tests. Can't change that. But can help Eve. Can cure genophage. Won't ignore data vital to her survival because of unethical origins.
Any word on Malin himself?
No. Ordered teams to search for him when trying to help Eve.
Yeah,
Nothing so
sorry,
far.
I wasn't paying attention.
Large galaxy. Lots of places to hide. Could already be dead for all we know. Would kill him now if possible. Unless he could help.
How's she doing?
No fever currently. Heart rate elevated. Likely stress. Eating appropriately. Could use another blanket. Something soft. Prefer to let her recover fully before synthesizing cure. My medical recommendation.
My people don't have time for that.
Her opinion, somewhat different.
You care about her.
My patient. My responsibility. Found her at STG base. 3 doctors injured trying to restrain her. Undid arm restraints. Didn't resist when she grabbed me. Promised to help her. She said, please.
You always defended your genophage work. What changed your mind?
Never change mind. Genophage proper decision at time. New circumstances necessitate course correction.
Those circumstances being?
Reaper invasion. Turians doomed without Krogan support. Krogan need unified threat. Outlet for aggression. Cooperative symbiosis.
Nothing else. No personal stake here.
Getting old, Shepard. Not many years left. But still best candidate for project. Few Solarian scientists interested in genophage. None with my expertise. Had to be me.
Someone else might have gotten it wrong.
Possibly. Stakes too high for inexperience. But not about them. My work. My job to put it right. To prove I can.
Nice talking with you, Morden.
Thank you, Shepard. Glad to be back.
You planning to stick around when this is over?
Until Reaper's dealt with, at least. Then, not sure. Have made impact on Galaxy. Genophage modification, genophage cure, work against collectors, decisions, mistakes. Might go somewhere sunny, sit on beach, look at ocean, collect seashells.
You go crazy inside an hour.
Might run tests on the seashells.
This is like not a controversial opinion at all, but this has some good writing in it.
Shepard, they say female Krogan have a thing for guys with scars.
So I've heard.
I've got a few myself. Here's hoping nobody's planning an arranged marriage to cement this deal.
Nobody was bringing that up but
I
you.
admire Eve. The things she must have endured living with the genophage. And now, to top it all off, she's her people's last hope. Imagine the pressure. Takes real... I guess we're at war with Cerberus now, huh?
I'm bad at stepping on the dialogue. I did not realize there was more dialogue from him.
I've never actually seen a female Krogan. Seems like they're the real brains on Tuchanka. Good to see Morden's still alive and kicking, and still finding new ways to cause trouble. Not right now.
Tell me about the calibrations. I'm fascinated. I have no idea why. I'm fascinated to know what this is.
It will work, Rex. We just need to finish building the Crucible. Although I'd be interested to learn how you found out about it.
Wasn't that hard. Lucky you keep its location more secret than the fact it exists.
And I'm sure you'll do a good job of both, being so famous for your discretion.
My lips are sealed.
Alright, so apparently I can't make these things turn around again. That's a shame. Prothean Notes, 2186, Entry 3. If what Javik says is true, his peoples were imperialists who left the rest of the galaxy quaking in terror, and I think he would sacrifice all of us without a thought if it could bring them all back again. I reviewed my old notes today. They're so childish. Did we romanticize the Protheans because we were dazzled by the technology they left behind? Are these really the people I dedicated my life to studying? Email from Professor Takesha to Dr. O'Doul. I was calling every supply depot stationed around the Crucible to find enough pure platinum for the Crucible's primary trigger inlay. We barely had enough left to coat a coffee maker. An hour later, a ship pulled up with 16 tons of platinum, courtesy of the Shadow Broker. Then it flew away to scavenge more materials for the project. The ship's captain emailed me later saying the broker would stay in touch with our needs. That's great, but I'm checking my computer for bugs.
Ready for the next mission?
I guess so. So I know I've been doing a lot of dialogue. I am going to check out the well, I guess engineering and the shuttle bay, but I won't spend as much time stopping and
survived into this cycle?
Yes. We called them collectors. They fought for the Reapers. For a long time, no one knew they were Prothean.
And when did you realize?
Shepard had no choice but to kill the ones she encountered. They were all indoctrinated, and had been for a long time. I'm sorry.
I am grateful. It was an act of mercy.
Yes, I suppose it was.
Did I mention Solarians used to lick their eyes? How far they have come. The Morden Solarian asked if he could dissect me. I approved, but only if he could defeat me in combat first. His reply...
Oh, damn it!
I do not understand why your own kind would oppose you. They will bleed the same as everyone if the Reapers are not stopped.
I'm actually taking my hand off the keyboard with dialogue and waiting a beat before reaching again, because I hate stepping on dialogue, especially the stuff that doesn't get repeated.
The Rex Krogan offered me a job. He said whenever I tired of the easy life of luxury on the Normandy, he would give me something real to shoot at. Yes?
This is one of the reasons why I feel like I sometimes take too long in certain areas, because I've stepped on too much.
Piece. You don't like it? Don't download it.
You're saying we don't need Terra Nova.
Lose 1 colony, save 5. That's the math.
Someone's gonna take you seriously. The Asari Republic's vote on stuff like this.
We'd all save every world if we could, but we can't.
You think you can fly on this ship, sit next to us at chow time, and then broadcast something like that? That's traitorous.
Hey, it's just an opinion piece. You don't like it?
Ugh,
Don't
this is
download
a
it.
tough...
You're saying we don't need Terra Nova.
Lose 1 colony, save 5. That's the math.
I did say she could...
Stand down, yeoman. She's allowed to voice her opinion until I disallow it.
Aye, aye, Commander. But how does she get to say whatever she wants to the whole galaxy and there's no other side?
I'll be clear that the opinion expressed is just my own.
Well, okay. It's not great, but okay.
Commander.
This is the drawback, right? Is like I brought her on. I did say... So the reason I hesitated on it was just because I did technically say It was my condition, or like I would decide what went out. But obviously, you know, being able to have someone report, like, it's not just that I want someone reporting the war. Like, clearly journalism depends on people with a certain perspective and a certain level of experience.
Do you ever think about when we were abducted by...
No, I don't.
Me neither.
But yeah, like the you know, there's a certain point at which you are coming in and stepping on it, and at that point you're wondering, you know, why do you have this expert available? So
sometimes keeping the grid balanced is pure murder.
Shepard?
Nothing to report.
would you say you're giving her all she's got, Engineer Donnelly? Okay, I am ashamed to admit I think I already went downstairs, but I actually blanked for a minute, so I'm going to take a quick second to cycle through just in case. Oh, right, I think the other guy was with Dr. Chakvis, so that's why I got confused. I feel like a moron when I do stuff like that, but it just takes one little thing to set me off in terms of it, you know, expecting to see a body. If he hits on me again, I'm shooting him out the airlock.
I wonder what the hell Cerberus was up to on Surkesh. I hear we're headed to Tuchanka. Would love to see how things turn out. I'm just saying. Rex is a badass. I bet he's got some real interesting stories to tell. More than something else. His mouth moves faster than a frog on a hot rock in the middle of summer. That Jack is a mean SOB. But kind of hot. If you like that sort of thing.
Somehow I guess you do.
So, Anderson and Sanders. That's quite a couple. Hey.
Glad we had this talk. I did get some armor pieces. So. Oh, that's a nice touch. So you do actually get a health boost if you put the helmet on. All right, well, I'm definitely going for... The ammo capacity is kind of tempting. I'll resist it for now. Oh, there's the... Yeah, this is one, like, really minor gripe that I have with games is there's no penalty for not wearing a helmet when clearly there is a benefit to doing so. I'm kind of glad that this game actually gives you a benefit. Hey, Totally Not Valken, great to see you again. I feel like it's been a while. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting. I don't remember if I actually read the description here. So the Solarian homeworld has been likened to the jungles of Earth, pretty to look at, teeming with life, uncomfortable to live, and dangerous to the unwary. The technophilic Solarians had significant pollution and waste problems in the early development of their society. They also embraced social solutions just as quickly, and through complex breeding rules, Surkesh now maintains a crowded but sustainable population. The planet tends to be wetter than Earth, and Solarian cities spare no expense to collect and provide fresh water, as one might expect from an amphibious species. That's again. I don't take attendance or anything like that, but I want to at least communicate some understanding and recognition. You know, sometimes it's nice to be able to say, "Hey, it's nice to see you again. I am sorry we have not gotten in touch earlier." But in the context of streaming, I know sometimes it sometimes seems a little catty. Due to Surkesh's location in the galaxy far from dark space, it has yet to be invaded by the Reapers, but its rulers are all too aware that they could be that they are in the path of attack. Because they could not strike the first blow, as their military doctrine suggests, many already consider their forces at a severe disadvantage. You've been devouring Critical Role, so you haven't been on Twitch much. Is Critical Role's the role-playing thing, right? I'm sorry, I'm not that familiar. I feel like you've talked about it before, but I'm not. Ooh, lots of new places. So again, my usual inclination has sort of been to do, do some of the side missions first, just so I can, get the extra bits. Right. Thank you.
I found something.
Mavigon. Mavigon is a small rock and ice planet with a thin atmosphere of ammonia and methane. The surface is frozen and mainly composed of tin with deposits of potassium. The planet has a rudimentary ammonia-based life, mainly concentrated around geothermal vents deep underground. Severe storm cycles are common due to limited visibility. Navigation may be difficult. All right. Well, this is going to be awkward. Okay, so that's going to be more fuel. I'll wait for...
Reapers eluded.
I'll wait for the exit. So I guess that means there's going to be 2 items in the Ming system. Although what I am going to do here, I'm not going to read all the details. But it's occurred to me that if I don't actually visit each of the planets, I might miss the ones that are supposed to be little side missions. So I'm going to slightly alter my pattern, but... Oh, that's good. So the second one may be more fuel. The fuel ones are the real conundrum because it... War Cruiser Nairobi. Because obviously it it could be anywhere if it's fuel. Oh, there it is.
Faster than light jump successful.
So it's going to be a little tricky in hand. But I'll do my best. I think I'm going to...
Evasion successful.
Just prepping myself in case things go wrong. I don't think they slam me if I do the jump, but best not to take chances. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't check out the individual planets. I'll have to hope that I didn't mess up there, but so this was the Grissom Academy. It did occur to me that I can just check the journal and see if I remember the names of the systems, but to be honest, there's enough sort of side missions that I don't want to... I don't really want to rely on memory just to... basically just to hope that I keep everything in mind. If it gets too tedious, though, I'll maybe try. And obviously, because I want to try and at least get another mission in before I wrap up, I'm not going to do all the missions as much as I would like to. I don't think pinging in these regions is going to have any effect, but I suppose it won't hurt. Okay. Actually, come to think of it, I don't remember if I've gone to the Anos Basin, so I will do that really quick. I think the Ismar Frontier was supposed to be where that... I believe I had a side mission in the Ismar Frontier. I could be wrong on that, but... I guess I already did the pings on these, but I would suffice to say if I went to Circash and there wasn't and there was something waiting for me there, I might be a little annoyed. Okay, I'm actually going to just take a quick second here because so what was it? The Benning. Okay, that wasn't it. There we go, prototype components. Okay, good. Plenix. Yes, it gives me a lot of... it gives me a lot of planet names, but only a couple. So I've got the Ismar Frontier. Definitely I'll head there now that I know... now that I can sort of attach it to a given mission. The thing I'm trying to do is avoid the priority missions until I deal with some of the like the side missions, and it's to try and avoid the situation where, you know, I'm ready to do the last mission and I now have like 600 little intermediate things to do. Now, whether I go to the Citadel again is another question, because the whole point of doing these side missions is to minimize the number of trips to the Citadel in order to...
I found something.
Okay. So it may just be that there's the one here. This will be really helpful if I know that pinging gives me the items I need. Hydrogen helium gas giant Metaponto has developed a helium-3 fueling station funded by Alcor business interests who hope to bring enough attention to the system to attract terraforming investors and thus eventually develop Volturno as a habitable world. Wistfully, thus far, they have met with little success. Hopefully that's 100%. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to see if the missing scouts mission counts as a priority. So it's Tuchanka's the priority. Everything else... Cerberus is taking control of an old military installation on Tuchanka for unknown reasons. Land on Tuchanka and neutralize whatever operations Cerberus has in the area. So, I mean, I'm fine going to Tuchanka, but given that there is a mission, I'm completely fine handling stuff that isn't listed as a priority. Or like, I want to try and get as many of the non-priority missions just out of my queue as possible. Listening post X-19. Listening post X-19 was built shortly after the Rachni Wars, just in case any Rachni survived the annihilation of Suin. The post orbits a mass relay and is still manned and maintained, although today it largely exists as a customs checkpoint for researchers studying the Rachni homeworld. Among members of the Council, militaries being assigned to the station is seen as a form of punishment or exile, considering that there have been no signs of sapient life on Suin for over 1,000 years. Oh boy. I didn't. So the wisdom of me pinging so much in that area, is debatable. I didn't realize that this was Reaper occupied. But I did want to see whether or not there was anything for me to get a hand on, so. Okay, so it looks like the Reapers gave up on this one. Wait a minute. Fair enough. But yeah, I'm just trying to see whether or not there's any artifacts for me to pick up. Looks like there aren't. Utuku. Although Utuku is habitable, extreme temperatures and violent weather have discouraged colonization. Because the planet has little liquid water to retain heat, surface temperatures regularly oscillate between 70 degrees Celsius and minus 60 degrees Celsius. Utuku's vegetation is notable for having evolved flexible central stalks to survive high-speed winds, as well as leathery leaves to shrug off the planet's frequent sandstorms. Animal life is mostly confined to the planet's small oceans. Utuku has few valuable minerals. Okay, so I definitely like bringing Liara. And I suppose the question would be whether I bring Edie or James. I think I'll try bringing James this time around. So the thing is that basically Garrus has the sniper ability, which I already have. Javik is kind of a doubling of Liara's abilities in the sense that it's a biotic. Now, his damage over time effect is pretty cool. But what I'm trying to do here is find a combination of sort of complementary abilities to take things through. Unless I can upgrade I can upgrade Incinerate. Or no, it was Sabotage that I wanted, so I'll wait for the next level up. Liara will hang on to, and James, I guess I was going to give him another point of carnage. So incapacitate enemies by knocking them down, or increase the recharge speed. I'll do incapacitation.
Any updates, Commander?
Our backup's waiting for us at the drop point. Arlac Company, Krogan Commandos.
That's correct, Shepard. They are an accomplished unit. Their decisive action in liberating a colony from Batarian pirates made them famous.
Good to hear. Other than that, there's been no word from a team of Krogan scouts since they went through the Rachni relay.
I don't like the sound of this. The Krogan would have come prepared to fight.
We don't know much, but no Rachni activity has been reported.
Still, it's troubling there are rumors at all. It's been years since you released the last Rachni Queen on the condition she'd disappear forever. She was desperate to save her race.
You're telling me you let a Rachni Queen go? Are you kidding?
No. It was the right call. Just be ready for anything.
Yeah, shuttle just arrived. You better get moving, Team 2. See anything, let me know.
Grunt?
Shepard? Shepard!
What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Didn't those idiots lock you up?
Relieved of duty. But the situation changed.
Yeah, they got bigger problems, all right. That's why I'm out here running Arlac Company. They're tough, think they're invincible. Reckless, but effective.
Sounds familiar, Grunt. How'd you go from being new and unproven to your own command?
Wasn't easy. When Rex put Arlac Company together, he needed a leader who represented the future of our species. Thanks to you, I completed my rite of passage on Tachanka and became part of Clan Urdnot. I was an equal, and being the strongest, I was chosen to lead this honored company.
I bet some didn't like a tank-bred Krogan being in charge.
I collected a few scars earning my place here. These Krogan respect me.
You were a pain in the ass, Grunt. But if your Krogan are half the soldier you are, we might make it out of here.
Glad you're here to crack some heads, Shepard. Hard to believe this might be Rachni. Seems crazy. The Rachni. Chance to face the old enemy? Impossible to resist.
We need them to defeat the Reapers.
We're here to find the scouts. I didn't see any signs of activity during our approach.
Agreed. But this place smells wrong. Like a bad wound. Our scans show the tunnels down there lead to a large central point. If we're lucky, it's a nest.
Rachni have nests?
Arlec Company, move out! Grab what you need, Shepard. Meet me at the scout camp ahead.
I do
Sounds good.
kind of hope that James winds up seeing more than he can handle. No, I've not heard the song Commander Shepard by Miracle of Sound. Totally not Valken. I'll admit I'd actually not heard of that song until you brought it up. Can I guess it's Mass Effect related? Sure, thanks. If you want, you can also put the link inside of chat, but for me it's actually more convenient to have in the Discord, just because it means that I don't lose it if I close the window too far, or if lots of people chat. But I have a feeling that's probably not going to be a problem for the rest of the evening. I mean, I've listened to Sabaton, so that's pretty nerdy too.
Lieutenant, but keep your weapon handy.
Always. Wish it would stop creaking.
Oh, neat. I'm not that familiar with Skyrim, but obviously I've been going through Morrowind lately. I've really been enjoying Morrowind. So I know this isn't Mass Effect related, but I've been doing the Elder Scrolls in order. Now, part of it was just because when I did try Skyrim, I sort of bounced off of it. Oh, that's neat. So do they? Yeah, that's a nice touch. It was just kind of the fact that I felt I was on this treadmill of quests was a bit off-putting to me. What was interesting about that was playing Arena, which is the first one, was like I would wait for the special holidays to get good deals on weapons and such. And so I really found myself in a situation where I would actually have a couple of days to just sort of hang around and do stuff. And so as a consequence, I found myself wanting to go into taverns and like finding a small adventure to do. And that was sort of enough to reframe my expectations to sort of seeing why, like delivering someone's mail would be interesting. So I quite enjoyed Arena. I liked the ambition of Daggerfall. I think it wore out its welcome long before I completed it. I liked the idea of Daggerfall a lot more than the implementation of it. But Morrowind is really the point where I was like, okay, I'm into this series now. It's not that it's a perfect game. There are definitely things that I find frustrating about it, but I'm feeling engaged with it in a way that I didn't necessarily like. So as much as I enjoyed Arena, like I'm feeling an involvement with Morrowind in a way that I maybe didn't with the previous two games. And I kind of like, I really see why I really see why people like that series and specifically like that game. I don't even necessarily think people need to do the previous two. It was just a chance for me to sort of go on board and see how it developed. So whether or not I continue the series to Oblivion or Skyrim, I don't know, because I know I've got more than enough of Morrowind to go through. But just seeing, as you mentioned, Skyrim, that's well, it's a chance for me to advertise the vodcast on Tuesdays.
You ready to go?
What did you do after the collectors were defeated?
I spent most of my time back on Tachanka learning what it was to be Krogan. In the lab where I was created, the lessons were like fighting with practice weapons. They had no bite, no impact. I needed the blood and pain. I made mistakes, but I learned.
Tell me more about this company.
Arlak means Eye of Wrath. We are named after the fierce Tachanka sun. Rex handpicked us from different clans to show a united Krogan. We were sent because we're the strongest.
Did Warlord Okeer imprint anything on you about the Rachni during your creation?
Okeer ensured I knew of the Rachni. They are respected as an enemy. Everyone thought they were dead, defeated by the Krogan. You proved that wrong. If they're here, my blood demands they die.
What happened to the scouting party?
Looks like something dropped half their camp down a hole. Their shuttle must have been lost as well. They weren't going anywhere. Doesn't matter. We're here to find the Rachni and burn them out.
All right, let's get going.
Sorry about the Discord noises, by the way, guys. I forgot to put on streamer mode.
Shepard.
That was an unexpected and really nice touch.
Everyone all right?
Shepard! You in one piece?
Looks like we're all okay. Keep in radio contact.
On our way!
Radio contact. That does not mean you... Never mind. I suppose at some point I should equip the cryo. So one of the reasons why I put everything into the disruptor ammo is it.
I see it. Grunt, got a body of a scout here. Been dead a few days.
Yeah, if he has his weapon, grab it. You won't need it anymore.
Whoa. Is that webbing?
Looks like it.
It's easy to get separated.
I'm not entirely sure the game needed to tell me to to explore the tunnels. It's not like I have any other options right now.
Did anyone see that?
Don't worry, I got you covered. What are those?
I don't know.
I'm not sure I'm ready to destroy those yet.
Shepard.
They explode? Really?
Does it tell me what the health of my companions are? Because I have a feeling I just did a bunch of damage to Liara for no reason.
On the ground, Commander. Reaper tech?
Maybe.
Oh, okay, well. I wasn't quite done checking out the other spots, so. Okay, apparently now I am done checking out the other spot. I forgot that, yeah, so as long as Totally Not Valken is here, I'm kind of obligated to keep the flamethrower equipped. I think the cruelest joke I could ever play on someone if I were ever to make a game. Like, this is the funny thing. I complain about things that I don't like. You know, actually, complain's maybe the wrong term. I do complain sometimes, but there are other times where I think at this point I should probably pick up the one with more ammo just in case. It despawned, didn't it? Well, crap. Here I was trying to preserve resources. Dear God. Yeah, James, you do not want to get in the way of this. I'm really trying to find a way to run to the next cover, but there we go.
Grunt, Rachni presence confirmed. Modified and very dangerous.
Finally, something to kill. Nothing here yet. Lost a Krogan to a sinkhole. Bad way to go.
We should find the nest in these tunnels then. These Reaper troops are here to keep us out.
But yeah, so I try to, you know, when I can, talk about cases where something didn't quite connect for me, or where I thought it could be improved. But the worst thing is that my impulse is normally to just be reflexively awful when it comes to certain decisions. So, you know, there is a side of me when you know, to totally not Valken saying, so there's always loot in the corners that you don't look. I would definitely, if I was in charge of games, I would 100% put an algorithm to, well, I guess you don't need an algorithm, but basically an instruction to spawn loot in every corner that you don't check. And this, of course, would...
Reapers have messed this place up.
Agreed. Let's find out why.
This would create the kind of paranoid exploration that I do in games, which is to, like, look in every corner because, God forbid, there be a med pack that I don't pick up and hoard.
We're blocked, Shepard.
Thanks, Liara.
How we getting through
Did you learn that at Shadow Broker School?
What is that? It was some kind of lock.
Well, we'll take out the webbing and then we'll get the new fire starter. I guess I don't get the option on the new fire starter.
Everyone okay?
Looks like we're finding another way out of here.
Yeah, I've learned.
Sounded bad.
Cave in. We're all right.
Good. Didn't want to dig you out.
Well, that hurts my feelings, Grunt.
Yeah.
Thing is, because this is blocked, I don't see any reason why there would be. I don't really see any reason why there'd be other fire starters.
What happened to the scouts?
What'd you find?
They got hit hard. The leader ordered them to carry weapons deep into the caves. He knew the next team would need help.
They died making sure we could make it to the central chamber. Come on.
At this point, I'm just taking out my frustrations about not having a flamethrower. 1 husk? What was this, amateur hour?
Looks like a last message. He's asked that it be delivered to an Asari named Ereba on the Citadel.
What's making that noise? I mean, at least it generally rewards my curiosity. Thank the maker. Alright, so basically I know the lesson is to just waste these things as much as possible, because it's not going to let you pick up the fresh one.
Kill zone ahead.
Expect trouble.
That's why it's called a kill zone, Shepard. Oh my god, I'm scared. Yeah, I know I'm supposed to kill the barrier first. That's an unpleasant surprise. Guess there aren't any more flamethrowers in the area.
Stay low. Don't let it get a beat on you.
There's a side of me that thinks I should probably be using my sniper rifle more often, because certainly the...
Some heavy fighting. Tough bastards. It's fine. Krogan fight better angry.
Like, obviously the amount of ammo that I'm wasting here... I don't want the slow-firing sniper rifle with 10 shots to be the only thing that keeps me from being exterminated. Problem is that it just gave me a justification for taking out all these pods, seeing as it gives me access to something that gives me credits, so... Hey, there we go. My youthful curiosity has been rewarded. I don't suppose anybody saw those vanilla Coke ads, did they?
Strange to find them in a breathable atmosphere.
These don't look like regular Ragni. The Reapers let us change them. You know what? I think they're bringing an army of those things down here. It all adds up. They reproduce crazy fast, and out here, nobody will know until it's too late.
I agree. And they're throwing everything they've got at us so we don't reach the nest.
Man, with the mist, this is definitely... I mean, like, it's obvious this is the... we really liked Alien and we want to... Or Aliens. And we really wanted to do something like that moment. But with the mist, they're really selling it. I know there's some stuff that I left back there. I'm hoping that there wasn't any like loot that I missed out on, but
Shepard, we're blocked and getting overrun.
ah, you're fine. I thought you said you fight better when angry.
There's the power node. Come on.
Oh, they're really good. So Alien.
Thanks, Shepard. That wasn't webbing stopping us. That was Reaper tech.
We ran into it too.
The Rachni have backed off for now, but they can smell our wounds. Any worthy enemy would regroup and finish us. Soon.
We're close, Grunt. Those barriers were protecting whatever's down that passage.
We'll dig in here, kill anything that moves. Buy you some time.
I bet it's tiny, and that it'll be a lot more about mobility.
I have ammo.
Very Krogan.
Krogan, get ready.
But yeah, Velka, if you've not seen them, so the first Alien film was written by a guy named Dan O'Bannon, and apparently it actually had its origin in a sort of student film that he did with John Carpenter called Dark Star. The thing is that if anybody goes and looks at the part in Dark Star that was the inspiration for the Alien, it's like impossibly lame by
Take it slow.
by their standards. Like it's the Alien is basically a beach ball. But that's I believe that is the actual origins, and then obviously the really famous manifestation of the Alien is the H.R. Giger art. But basically it was one of these ones, so Ridley Scott's obviously being inspired by stuff like 2001: A Space Odyssey, but what made Alien so interesting, and I'm just taking a minute before I go to the next section because I suspect there's going to be a fight. What made Alien so special is it's sort of the origins of this like space trucker kind of style. So when they discover sort of evidence of another life form in it, like the first discussion is like, well, what, how big is the share that we're going to get? Or like all of the discussions are like, should we go off course because, are we going to make money? Like basically, hey, we might have found something really, world changing. Yeah. Well, what's it worth to us? It's very like blue collar. It's a very blue collar kind of crew, even though they're in space. Obviously, it's also a movie. I mean, it's not the first movie to do it, but it's a movie that relies a lot on building the suspense through, through more implication, not necessarily showing the monster. There's a lot of very good techniques. So, there's a ton that I could say about specifically the way that Alien is shot and some specific decisions that they make that make that a very good movie. But James Cameron was invited to write and direct the sequel, Aliens. What's interesting about Aliens is that it's a what's the best way for me to put it? It's basically like it's like the adaptation of Starship Troopers without being called Starship Troopers. Like there's a movie called Starship Troopers, which I guess sort of kind of resembles the book in some way. But, in some ways you'd almost think that Aliens is a little bit more of an embrace of that. And what's nice about Aliens is that it takes it in its own direction. The two films, I think, complement each other, but they are very different tones for movie. So Aliens is a lot sort of more about motherhood, whereas the movie Alien has this very intense sexual menace throughout the entire film. I'd say never really explicit, but there's a couple of scenes where it is actually really explicit. But both of them have these two very, very clear centers, and they are dealing with sort of the same subject and the same character, but they do it in their own way. And it's really just interesting to sort of see how these two films can take a similar subject in such different directions and both be incredibly satisfying. That's the kind of horror you like, are a fan of in theory. In practice, you're way too paranoid. Yeah, I mean, there's a game that's been made called Alien Isolation. It's by Creative Assembly, who's obviously better known for the Total War series. And they very clearly did a lot of research on the original Alien film, because the art direction in that is exactly like I think it's 1979 is the original Alien film. But the art director, I think it's actually Sid Mead that worked on Alien, if I'm not mistaken. Sadly, no longer with us. But they clearly put a lot of love into realizing that world. And whenever I've seen someone play fragments of that game, they lose their mind. It's really satisfying to play. I might be considering playing that on stream at some point. But yeah, they are very well crafted movies. They still hold up today. And what I think is so interesting about Alien Isolation is that it's actually picking up on something that is brought up in Aliens, and it's this very fertile kind of question mark in terms of the story, something that's not really shown in the movies but is perfectly consistent with, like, you're not doing any violence to sort of the consistencies of the story, whereas I sort of felt like something like the third Terminator movie, I kind of feel like it craps all over the intentions of the second film. Likewise, the third film, like, there's this whole family, third Alien film, there's this whole family that gets built up in the second one, and probably within the first minute of Alien 3, they just erase it. And it's like, well, what was the point of the second movie then? But yeah, they're both very good films if you haven't seen. Like, I know you don't watch a lot of TV, but that's one I think that's worth. Olaf! Sorry, I was talking so much about Alien. I know some people don't like it when I get a little indulgent on that, but I mean, for those of you who are new, I used to work in movies. I took it very seriously. I still love movies. I like it when games are their own thing and not necessarily movies. But yeah, sometimes I take a break, or not a break, but sometimes if it comes up, it's nice to talk about those influences. Olaf, thank you very much for a resub. You've joined us for a quarter. It's very good to see you again. I know when we chatted, I hope things are better than we last chatted. Again, I don't want to reveal too much, but I hope you're doing well. It's great to see you. No, not at all. I don't take attendance, and it's very nice to have you here. Hardly. Especially giving me money is a great reason. Totally not Valken's got it.
What is that?
Get away from her, you
Located
bitch.
a central chamber.
Good. We got your back, Shepard.
Okay, this is a nice touch.
Damn it!
Where's the switch?
Good question. Where is this? Oh. What gave you that idea? You know it's an important fight when the music gets really good. Ah, crap. I don't even know what got me. I actually really like the way that was set up. So sometimes the combat in Mass Effect doesn't quite tickle my fancy. What I really liked about that one was that on my way to the priority target that was hitting me at range, I had a whole bunch of these screening units. And so I sort of felt that I had to make a number of sort of split-second decisions to be able to make it. And obviously I got hit by the really dangerous one on my way to doing that. So this nice little touch.
Come on, we gotta get past these barriers.
There must be more power nodes on the other side.
Okay, again, attack on all fronts. Oh man, I did not realize that if I twisted my, so I was gonna try and run to the, the other wall, but apparently I screwed up my my attack. Whoa! I don't know what got me there.
Get past these barriers.
Well, I'm happy to have you. Olaf. I won't. I should stop interrogating you and just let you enjoy yourself. Okay, so let's try this again. So, like, obviously in this case, this doesn't feel quite as satisfying as that previous area that I was in, because in the end I was ultimately able to attack the danger unit while kind of ignoring the ones that that are less threatening.
Stay focused.
So, like, this is kind of neat, right? I gotta go run the gauntlet. Although he's exposed, so... Oh, this is actually the first time I've wanted to use a power and it's on cooldown. Yeah, so the original plan was to flank him, but... Oop, I got tagged. But yeah, so like basically when games give you an opportunity to... Well, so it's not just the opportunity to flank, but the sort of the tactical incentive to do so. I think that... And that goes for games like this, but games in general. I kind of feel like that's when they're at their best. And it's like, it's hard, right? Because if you make it too challenging, or if you make it so that, it's too hard if you don't adopt those strategies, then you sort of feel like the people who made the game are telling you, there's one way to play this correctly, and if you don't do it, I'm going to make your experience miserable. Oddly enough, it's not a single-player game that I think is not a bad example of this, but it's actually a multiplayer game. So Battlefield 5, the way that its levels are built and the way that a lot of the encounters turn out, if you want, you can go and try and just like run in as a massive humanity, but there will be consequences for attempting that, and generally you will not be happy with how it turns out.
Keep it up, people.
Although obviously the way this level works, I maybe don't feel a sense of urgency. I could kind of walk around and take the barrier at my leisure. Oh, this is tough. Okay, I'm obviously putting myself at risk. Oh god, that was a bad choice. Ah! I was too early on that medkit. I tried to be a little braver than I should have been.
Come on. Keep it up, people.
That's more than one. Crap. Okay, that turned out. Of course, the problem with doing a comparison to Battlefield 5... I should have just used a melee. The problem with doing a comparison to Battlefield 5 is that you have the advantage of other players that want to win. Clearly, I am not advocating that a whole bunch of resources go into programming a massive AI for...
Shepard, the Rachni are backing off. Whatever spooked them won't last. Finish the job.
That's really funny, totally not Falcon.
What the hell?
Maddening sour has ceased.
What are you?
The last queen. We listen for the children. They are silent. Although the machines come and take them to war, they die alone, silent, far away.
The Reapers did this to you?
The sour note of the machines is everywhere.
I let you go back on Novaria. You promised not to interfere anymore. The Rachni were supposed to disappear.
Remember, we kept our promise, retreated back through the relay. We started a new home, beautiful children, harmony. But the machines came, they heard our song. Their shriek of our notes drowned us out.
They can't hurt you anymore.
We understand.
Can you still feel the Reapers? Can they influence you?
We hear the machines, but they cannot control us. Remove this last shackle, and we are free. The children return. They will destroy us all. Release us. We're getting movement here. A lot of movement.
Copy that, Grunt. Are you capable of fighting the Reapers?
We hate the machines. We will fight for our unborn children. Release us.
She's a mess. She needs too much time to escape.
Shepard, we're out of time. We stay here, our company dies. Is that clear?
Listen up! Arlac Company holds the Rachni off while the Queen escapes. We'll buy you some time. Grunt, fall back to our position and lead us out.
Damn you, Shepard! I'm leaving my team. On my way.
Shepard, that's an order. She's too valuable an asset to lose.
Shuttles down that path. I'll hold them off. Get out of here, Shepard!
I think that's the first major character death we've
The
had.
last one's out.
Copy that, Commander. Shuttle is waiting.
Oh, nice.
Grunt!
Anybody got something to eat?
All right, that's all done. They completely had me in their pocket for that.
I'm reviewing your report on the Rachni situation, Commander. This could have gotten complicated fast. I hope you know what you're doing, cutting a deal with the Rachni Queen. We got burned last time. I'm trusting your instincts, Commander.
Like you have an
You can
option.
count on her support, Admiral.
I hope so. But we cut the Reaper supply of new Rachni troops and picked up some additional Krogan support. I call that a victory. I've got to get back to it, Commander. Watch yourself out there. Hack it out.
Shepard, you made it out of there. Sounds like I missed a hell of a fight.
It was bloody, Rex. We could have used you.
Too busy talking rather than fighting. Feeling restless. A war going on and I'm stuck keeping the peace. I heard you made some kind of deal with the Rachni Queen. If they get out of hand again, it's your ass on the line.
Understood.
I heard Grunt managed to get out of there with a few scratches.
You could say that.
We'll get him patched up, back in the fight.
Good to hear.
I should get back to it. Keep me posted, Shepard.
I am actually surprised that Grunt doesn't just want to execute me at this point, because that's a couple
Shepard,
of...
just verified. Results promising. Can synthesize for universal Krogan immunity.
Good. Then you can put your knife away.
The cure's ready?
No, still need transmission vector. Cure useless unless given to entire species.
You're usually full of ideas, Morden. You altered the genophage before. There must be a way.
Of course, always possibilities, but time limited. Can't create new infection strain from scratch. Groundwater? No, too slow. Voluntary inoculation risky. Population too scattered for airborne, unless... Wait, yes! The Shroud. Constant global dispersion of air particles, built by Solarians to repair atmosphere of Tuchanka. Also used by Turian.
We used it to secretly spread the genophage virus. It ended the Krogan rebellions.
I'd be careful who you tell that to.
kind of want to say clever, but...
Sometimes I understand why the Krogan want to shoot everyone in sight.
Those were desperate times.
Yes, but useful now. Original genophage strain still in storage at Shroud facility. Can use it as transmission vector, then use Shroud to blanket Tuchanka with cure.
You clever little pyjack. That's our best shot, right there.
Then finish your preparations and be ready to go, Morden.
Of course. Ready when you need me. We'll be in medbay with Eve until then.
Commander, Admiral Anderson is available on VidCom.
But yeah, so like that little sequence, they completely had me in the pocket. Like, oh, it's a noble, like, so this is one of the things, right? This is the last in the trilogy. Everything is sort of on the line. You would sort of expect that certain decisions are going to have consequences, and those consequences presumably are going to be, you may see some of your favorite characters go, and probably the most noble ways that they can go is when you're faced with a choice that you make, and there are consequences for it. So I was fully expecting that as like, okay, if you want to keep the Rachni Queen, you can, but you're going to lose Grunt in the process. Some games get past, so this doesn't seem to have a consensus view. Some people seem to strongly dislike when there is a negative consequence for an action that isn't telegraphed. So if you've played a game like Sunless Sea or Sunless Skies, that has a very clear I should be careful about that, because what they actually give is an estimated probability. I think in some cases it'll have like a line that says, there may be consequences later. But that's not a bad example of the types of games that want to be upfront in terms of what certain consequences might be. Then there are other ones where, you know, they give you a little bit of a surprise. I think it depends on the context. Like, I think there are certain circumstances where you get the rug pulled out from under you and it feels a lot more like it's the designer sort of saying, you know, he, aren't I so clever? You know, I just blew your mind. And the answer is no, not really. Like, I'm actually just kind of annoyed that you wasted my time. But clearly in that case, I mean, Velkin says the way he was kicking ass and then threw himself off the cliff instead of getting skewered, no way he was going to die. So like for me, I was like, yeah, okay. You know, I saved the Rachni Queen, at the expense of Grunt. But for me at least, cause I sort of expected it. I was surprised and delighted by his return.
Shepard, so I imagine by now you've wiped the galaxy clean of Reapers and we can all come up for air?
Not quite. There have been a few complications.
Aren't there always? Hackett filled me in on the Crucible. Sounds like you've got some knots to untangle.
I'm just glad I could take care of one of them for you. I gather you and Kaylee Sanders were close?
I owe you for that one, Shepard. Kaylee and I met almost 20 years ago. We even had a run-in with Saren in his early days. She and I were more than close.
She misses you.
I miss her. End of the world has a way of reminding you what you forgot to do. Maybe when the war's over, Kaylee and I will do something about that.
You'll see her soon.
I can hope. But you've got a bigger problem right now. Like a galaxy full of scared bureaucrats.
It's what you hired me to do.
Mostly you were hired to kill Reapers. I hope you haven't been sidetracked by all the politics.
Nothing I can't handle. What about you? What's happening on Earth?
I'll spare you the details. But let's just say a lot of cities around the world have stopped checking in.
That bad?
You and I knew what we were in for, but everyone else? I don't think the shock's worn off yet.
Are you safe?
That changes by the hour. I caught a shuttle evac out of Vancouver, and now we're running from foxhole to foxhole just trying to stay alive.
What about the Reapers?
They're harvesting everything that moves. They're focusing on the big cities, which does give us some room to maneuver.
You think you can hang on?
Hell, we're still just trying to talk to each other. Right now, all we can do is organize the resistance at a local level. No lack of volunteers, at least. Everybody knows what's at stake.
I'll admit, I do like the little Canadian references every once in a while. I realize it's such a minor thing, but, you know, it's a little something to remind me of home. Particularly Vancouver. I miss Vancouver so much. So.
I don't know how we'll win this yet, but we will. Even if it kills me.
Oh, foreshadowing?
You already died once, and that didn't slow you down. But let's not tempt fate. Keep yourself safe, Shepard.
You too, sir.
We'll talk again soon. Anderson out.
This, by the way, is the private calculation I'm doing in the back of my head with each story beat, is whether or not Shepard makes it out alive. Oh yeah? Which, do you mind if I ask which streamer, Totally Not Velkin? I may know them, I may not. It has been a few years since I've been in Vancouver, but it's actually funny. It wasn't universally so, but I felt that I had an easier time sort of integrating with the streaming community in Vancouver than I've had in Ottawa. And this isn't so I'm not going to name specific names because I don't really think that is helpful. But as an example, when I got to Ottawa, there was an effort to kind of get together an Ottawa streaming group, but one group that I saw, it really felt like it was about raising the profile of the person organizing it. So it was specifically their vehicle through which they could be the person who does the streamer group. And the challenge with it was that when I attended, it was kind of like we were playing this really horrible game where everybody had like a business card and they were trying to maximize the numbers that they gave. Like, you get a point for each one you hand out, but you get like taken away a point for each one you receive. And so it was very unpleasant in the sense that I got the impression that everybody was sort of evaluating each other based on whether or not, they could move up the chain or whether or not they could get another viewer. And I've always been really uncomfortable in environments like that. Whereas I can remember in Vancouver, meeting people like Ponce and Bantix TV. Oh, I haven't. I've not had the pleasure, unfortunately. They may have changed their name, of course. So, but it's not like it's not like I know everyone in Vancouver by any stretch of the imagination. Then the other challenge. So, I was feeling a little bad about it because it just, I put some effort into attending, and it didn't turn out, but that's fine. I mean, again, if it doesn't work for me and it works for other people, then the answer is for me to find something that does work for me. And somebody originally talked to me saying it's like they got the impression to a large extent that sort of seemed to be my feeling of it. And that they wanted to do their own thing. So I was like, okay, well, I'll give some support. I'll show up to the next one, with them. And one thing that was nice was that the crowd definitely seemed to be a little bit less, a little bit less solipsistic in terms of their streaming style. So like I felt that I ran into some people who I could have a conversation with. And it wasn't necessarily that the private calculation was being made as to whether or not, they would get a host or a view or something like that. But the challenge is that it was really clear that the reason for that thing existing was not so much any issues with the Twitch community, the streamer community, and the other one. It was because that guy specifically wanted to be the organizer figure. So you had sort of these two rival people, both who wanted to raise their profile through being the person who, founded Ottawa Twitch streamers or whatever the name is. And it was pretty clear. So they asked me to give a talk, which I was happy to do. And it was very well received. I mean, this is the thing. I figure most of you are probably here because you like hearing me rant about stuff. So public speaking has never been something that I feel too uncomfortable with. But I very much got the impression after that I was kind of used as a, they got the establishment, they got that step that they needed, and that in the end it was about raising the profile of this organizer. And I felt very uncomfortable with that. And so, eventually sort of withdrew and just focused a little bit more on conversations with the people that I did. I think the big thing, the real signal that I look for on that is just one, see how the organizers either talk about themselves or talk about the organization. But the other thing is just to take a look at how much of it is built around building community. So if the entire thing is about one person talking, or one person saying what's what, or, this person's the organizer, and so, you get to do a special thing if you're on good terms with them, and they kind of become the gatekeeper as to whether or not you raise profile. That seems to be more about a vehicle for somebody advancing their own interests. And I sometimes feel that these communities should be a little bit more about an opportunity. So, sometimes some people are more comfortable speaking with strangers than others. And I feel that these things should be a lot more about reducing the friction between, going out and broadcasting and getting in touch with other people who are on a similar journey and might live in your locality. Like, even if you don't wind up collaborating or something like that, the idea that this sort of thing is being isolated in a room, I get to talk with people, being able to talk with people in chat is nice, but I am still just a human being in a room. And I think what a lot of people are learning through lockdowns and such is that can wear on you after a while. And so I think building community is helpful in that sense, right? You don't feel so lonely about it. Also, of course, people avoid making the same mistakes. It's funny, Olaf says, I'm totally the way. I'm a giant of a human. I can't talk in front of people. I mean, I'm very tall, but I'm rail thin. Like I am skinny enough that is usually the first thing people comment on. But yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Like the thing I don't want that to be is me airing my dirty laundry about community. I mean, in the end, if people got something out of it, people got something out of it. But I feel the things you should be suspicious of are ones where the organizer, you know, maybe makes it a deal that they're the organizer, or it, again, there's usually some signals that it becomes sort of a vehicle for advancement or star power, or however you want to term it. But the other big signal for me has always been to look at how much of it is focused on building community, in the sense of, are you able to talk to another person, find out what they're about, and, you know, maybe make a new friend or something like that. And the way that the Ottawa group sort of failed was that business card game that I was talking about, basically, that everybody wanted to get their name out and nobody was at all receptive to hearing from another person. It was really nice in Vancouver. I mean, there's now a formal Vancouver Twitch organization, which I sort of feel has this problem of a figurehead, which has definitely sort of used it to advance their position. And what's funny is that they weren't the one to found it. It was actually a guy named Mike. I remember we met at this bar called EXP, and it's just a group of people who like streaming, sat around a table and talked about it. But I noticed that over time, that meeting has sort of receded, and that's no longer the first one. I think there were a total of like 6 people who were at it, and I'm still friends with most of them. But you know, time goes by, and you kind of the cult of personality stuff happened, and it took a different form, let's say. Although I will say, you know, the nice thing is about the bigger gathering was that once you hit a certain critical mass, it becomes really obvious if you have a single individual that's just taking up all the oxygen. And so the nice thing about that is you can get these clusters of people that sort of go off and do their own thing, which is nice in general. But it does create the problem, of course, if there are sort of cliques that form. It can sometimes be a little difficult for people to be able, you know, again, like the big question for me is that if somebody had just started streaming on Twitch and they go to one of these meetups, would they be able to meet someone who they find some common ground with? If a woman who has started streaming comes in, are they going to be able to find a mentor who they don't have in the back of their mind, wondering whether or not it's just some pretense for, you know, some romantic involvement? That's a huge problem in anything that you do. And the good meetups are able to foster community like that. The not so good meetups are the ones where, again, it becomes a vehicle for people to, you know, to advance their profile. But community organization is hard in general, so I certainly wouldn't be able to do it. Rachni workers, not all mindless insects. The Rachni are capable of feats of engineering comparable with any sentient species. While initially greeted with suspicion, the Rachni workers dispatched to the Crucible have integrated into the project smoothly. They work especially well on tasks that benefit from group work, and senior Crucible staff members are learning to trust Rachni with more complex problems. The Alliance 3rd Fleet. Stationed at Arcturus, the 3rd Fleet is headed by Admiral Nitesh Singh. When the Reapers came for the station, Singh had already pulled his command ship, the SSV Logan, back to an ideal firing position for its mass accelerator cannons. The Dreadnought's guns managed to slow down a destroyer before it could demolish the 3rd Fleet, but Singh was forced to retreat in the face of overwhelming opposition from the Reapers. Updated, the SSV Nairobi is a top-of-the-line cruiser, with a showroom finish of a ship just off the factory line. As it has never seen warfare, the Nairobi's officers have been running mock battles in preparation for real enemy contact. Updated. This fleet lost a third of its vessels protecting the Council during the Battle of the Citadel 2 years ago. Unfortunately, the Alliance did not have time to rebuild the fleet to its previous strength before the Reapers invaded. Looks like that's it for the Alliance. So, the Krogan. Grunt. The perfect Krogan was thrown into the world without a past, a name, or a cause. After destroying the Collectors with Commander Shepard, Grunt remained on Tuchanka to learn what it means to be Krogan. After countless arguments and brawls, the clans have granted Grunt a modicum of acceptance. Though wary and cunning, the young Krogan knows this experience will pay off now that it's time to fight the Reaper's forces. Arlac Company, and I'm assuming this is weaker than it would have been had I not saved the Rachni, but let's see. Ancient Tuchakan legends claim that the Arlac Wastes, named after the system's star, were where the first warrior died in battle. Arlac Company is made up of Krogan from all over Tuchanka, each chosen for their strength, ferocity, and fighting experience. No Krogan community would dream of sending anything less than its finest warriors to represent their clan. The honor of who's chosen for the company has started more than one brawl. Updated. Arlac Company is led by Grunt, a genetically engineered perfect soldier who fought the Collectors with Commander Shepard. While young, the Krogan has survived such brutal battles that older warriors of the group have begrudgingly accepted his command. Updated. Grunt was appointed representative of Clan Erdnot in addition to becoming the head of Arlac Company, a political appointment not lost on the other clans. Grunt sees the new position as a first large victory he has won on his own. The respect of his people is difficult to come by. Updated. Wave after wave of Rachni overwhelmed the Arlac Company on Utuku. While fighting an impressive enemy to the death is considered an honorable end for a Krogan, Arlac Company has effectively been wiped out. Yep. All right. So, it has consequences. Okay, I think this is going to be it for me tonight, but what I am going to do is just get a couple of little dialogue bits in so that I can move to the command center. So.
Commander, that was a skillful operation back on Surkesh, extracting the female Krogan.
I had help. Warden Solis knew what he was doing.
Yes, Garrus mentioned the Doctor was on your mission through the Omega-4 relay. I'm surprised a Solarian cares about the Krogan.
War is full of surprises.
Rarely the good kind. I'm just happy this one played to our advantage.
Yeah, so it looks like we've already...
That's all.
Of course, Commander.
Need something, Shepard?
That's it for now, Rex. Let's get back to work.
Yeah.
Something wrong?
Morden. He got his tissue sample from me, all right. Let's just say scalpels were never meant to cut where he cut.
Give me more details.
You hear we had to evac another colony? Losing a lot. Don't hear about the Reapers losing much.
Well, Reapers don't have colonies. Neither does Cerberus. If they did, we could drop an asteroid on them.
All right. But yeah, so I think that's it. I actually went a little longer than I was anticipating. So there was someone I really wanted to host who I suspect is probably offline now. But let's take a quick look and see who's online. I'll also take the moment to do a small recap of what the plans are. So, hey, I actually do have someone online. Okay, so there's going to be some... Yeah, no problem, Olaf. I'm sorry I couldn't stream longer, but I actually have been feeling kind of crummy for the past couple of hours, and I've been doing my best to kind of keep going. But if it feels like I digressed on a few topics, it's actually partly because it gave me a little bit of a break from having to be too committed to the game. But just a quick recap of what we're going to be up to for the next little while. I've been getting not too bad at managing the YouTube videos. So there's going to be some dedicated YouTube videos coming up. Those are Cultist Simulator videos. They're about 20 minutes long, so I'm going to be probably doing one a week until I can find my footing on that. So it's going to be sort of a trickle at first, but the good news is they're all going to be in playlists. So if you give it a couple of weeks, you'll get an hour's worth that you can review. And I hope you guys like that. That's definitely something I'm looking for feedback on. Still going to be recording Morrowind episodes. In favor of doing those Cultist Simulator ones. I still haven't got like a reserve one in the tank, but I'm trying to build up to that. I've been really enjoying Morrowind, and it looks like I'm making some progress in the main quest. So I have no idea how many more episodes that'll be, because I think there's like 2 DLC for that game. But that'll still continue to be on Tuesdays until I either run out of episodes to record or I run into problems. But that's the plan for the weekend. That's also why I've sort of not been able to do some spare casts on like the weekends or anything like that, because I tend to be pretty occupied with those. I do really feel like I want to go back to Planetfall on Monday. So we're going to be going back to the main campaign with the Amazons. And I've actually learned a bit about how to use the Amazons, so we'll see if I get better at them. That'll be Mondays. But for the time being, I'm definitely feeling like carrying on with Mass Effect. If it's not working for you, if you think the progress on this is too slow, or you'd like to see other games, do please let me know. You can let me know in private, or you can, say on Twitter or something like that. But the aim has been to try and focus on this game as much as I can and properly get through it and then move on to the next thing. But I wouldn't be opposed to going back to Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, because it feels like some of the reviews have been pretty mixed on it, and I actually enjoy that game a lot. So it gives me a chance to sort of show people what I find in that game, and hopefully some people are in favor of it. But the plan right now will be for Wednesdays and Fridays to do Mass Effect 3 until I feel otherwise. And as always, on Twitter or Discord, I'll try and announce that sort of stuff. Now, it looks like No Virtue is still streaming Surviving Mars, which is a game I really like. More importantly, No Virtue is a very talented streamer. She's been killing it with some of the Paradox stuff later. She's also been invited to some of the some of the like big streamer events with Stellaris, and she's done a great job with those. So I think she does Surviving Mars very well. I think she does Stellaris very well, and I would love it if some of you folks would hang along for a raid. She might be wrapping up relatively soon, but I think you guys are in for a treat to see her do that game. So I'll raid her. If she does wind up finishing, I'll host someone else. Apocalypse is a really good streamer, so I'll probably host her instead. But for the time being, let's pass it off to No Virtue. I hope you guys have a good time, and I will see at least some of you on Monday for Planetfall. Have a good evening.